Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone is doing well. I'll try not to peek out the mic like I did the last stream. Let me know if I'm sounding okay. Man, what a week. Welcome everyone, I am your Ice Dragon, Rayron VR. Welcome all you lovely people, those who are watching, those who are lurking, those who are going to be watching the stream at a later time. Warren, how are you, good sir? But man, it's quite an experience. I would definitely, quiet a bit? Okay, let's raise this up a little bit. Alright, let's see here. I just don't want to peek it out. Let's see. Let me try something here. Yeah, because I'm peeking out on that. Let me try something here. Let's do open sound settings. Let's see. I got this maxed out. I know if I go higher, I'm going to peak it. So that's what I don't want to do. Let's see. We'll get this fixed. Let's see. Properties. Yeah. Nice. Nice clear winter day. All right, you'll probably just have to raise the volume on your guys' end because I don't want to peak it on my end. Because that's all the crackling that we had in the last stream. I'm trying to avoid that a little bit. But, because I just did a quick test on my phone, yeah, you'll have to max it out a little bit to hear me. Alright, so welcome back, guys. Again, I am your Ice Dragon, the host, Rayron VR, and we've got a lot to talk about. This is kind of the epilogue to the NMRA 2023 Grapevine train show that happened over the past weekend. And I'll tell you what, there was It was a great experience. If you ever guys get a chance to get to one, if it comes by your city or maybe a state away, I would highly, highly recommend trying to go to one of these. But just research the hotel first and where it's at, because that kind of bit us in the butt a little bit. So you saw a lot of that in our lessons learned. So if you guys have any Q, this is kind of a Q&A session as well. It was a great experience. If you ever guys get a chance to get to one, if it comes by your city. Yeah, see, I'm already peeking, and I don't want to peek. Okay, let's try a few more other things here. It's just coming in faint from the mixer, which is concerning. Again, I do not want this to peak. Mixer's being a big pain. Let's see. I appreciate that, Warren. Mystic, how are you, good sir? Trying to fix the little bit of peaking, because I know I was peaking last stream when I was rewatching it, and I was like, man, I almost took the last stream down because it was peaking so bad. But I decided to keep it up because there was still a good amount of information that's still in there for the train show that just now passed. So yeah, I definitely appreciate that. Hello, Mystic. Hello, Rolfank. How are you? Welcome, welcome. So today's going to be kind of a Q&A, kind of an unboxing, kind of the way forward. This is the epilogue to put the last cherry on top when it comes to a train show. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll try to answer as best as I can. But we got some things to unbox. We got a whole bunch of news that came out of the NMRA convention that you basically got to see a lot of late-breaking news when it came to a lot of these facilities. We had some great information from Soundtracks, because I was able to interview George, which was awesome. It's kind of an impromptu thing, because I don't like doing formal interviews. I just like the conversation to go naturally. And I'm also very shy when it comes to starting conversations, to the borderline of social anxiety a little bit. I don't tend to start conversations, but once you get me in talking about a certain topic that I enjoy, like model railroading, then I'm off to the races. But yeah, it was quite interesting. You didn't watch my latest video, did you, Mystic? Yes, we did. In the haul video, so if you watched the live stream from last week and the haul video, we bought a few more things. And so we bought two bullet trains. We bought the GWR bullet train from Great Britain, and we bought can't remember the name of the bullet train. It's in Europe, but yeah, there's a video on it. Yeah, George was an awesome dude. Very easy to talk to. Really passionate about his job. Again, let me know if you can't hear me. Crank up the volume. If that doesn't work, please let me know. Cool. Yeah, and the reason why I say that is because it's kind of packed away, so I can't really get it right now. But I'll show you a few things that we got. When's the next NMRA train convention? So it is in Long Beach, California. I think it's the first or second weekend of August. Javelin. I'm not too familiar with bullet trains, or I should say, what the Javelin is. But I know we got two. I can't think of the other one. It's going to drive me nuts. I'll probably look at the video real quick and see. But yeah, we got two bullet trains. So yeah. But yeah, let's talk about that. So the next NMRA convention is in Long Beach, California. I believe it's the first weekend or second weekend of August of next year. We will definitely be not going to it because I have my personal issues with California. So we're going to skip that one. We may hit the one after that in 2025. That one's in Wisconsin, if I remember correctly. Bullet is I don't know the context behind that. So not all bullet trains are in Japanese. There's at least two of them. Well, there's a couple. You got the ice train in Europe. You've got There's a GWR. Maybe the GWR is. Hang on. Let me just double check. GWR bullet. I'm not too familiar with bullet trains, and yeah, it's a Great Western Railway. So that one is in the British Rail. So yeah, the GWR bullet train. We got that one. Let's just go bullet trains in Eurostar. The Eurostar. As soon as I said Europe, it's like, oh yeah, we got a Eurostar bullet train. That was, yeah, I got them for great prices. DC. So yeah, and this goes into some other interesting topics that I wasn't going to talk about till later, but since we're kind of on a topic for train shows, we'll just go ahead and just talk about it. So we kind of had our big Super Bowl train show. What I mean by Super Bowl train show is means that I tried to go out of the state or try to go to a big train show to meet you guys, kind of a meet and greet type of thing. And so next year, Fairy VR, Queen used to be her nickname. She now goes by Fairy VR. We've been talking about what's going to be our next big train show. Since we're not going to go to the NMRA next year, that leaves us with, and hi, Nick Amtrak, how you doing? Good, sir. I appreciate all that you've done for the channel, my friend. So what's going to be that next Super Bowl for next year? For us, what we're going to focus on is a East Coast train show. That is definitely going to be a must because there's so many of you guys out on the Eastern Coast. The problem is we cannot make Amherst in January. That unfortunately got killed when I had a massive $2,500 repair bill to my car because the AC went out. So add everything together, and this was definitely the most expensive train show ever. So that unfortunately killed any type of budget for me to go to Amherst in January next year. However, what we may try to do is Timonium next year. That's going to be kind of our Super Bowl train show to meet you guys. So we're laying the seeds now to try to go to Timonium next year to try to meet with you guys, whoever shows up. And then I don't know when Amherst is going to be a thing. That's the thing that's killing me right now. So I really want to go to Amherst, but the timing is way off, especially with this train show being the way it is. So it was expensive, and if you guys saw the lessons learned video about the NMRA train show, it was expensive. So just to give you guys some context, we got there Thursday. We toured the facility Thursday because we wanted to know where everything was at, and then we went Friday morning, and then we left. We stayed there the entire Friday. Saturday, we went there in the morning and then left because we went to see 4018. We weren't going to miss that opportunity. And then we went back that afternoon, and then we left Sunday. Let me double check. Saturday, let's see. No, Thursday, one time Friday, 2 times Saturday. So that's 4 times that we had to park in a parking garage. And if you didn't have, if you weren't part of the reservation or didn't have reservation at the hotel, then that's $20 per entry into the parking garage. So we spent $80 on parking alone, which was insane. But we wanted to get as much coverage as we could, and it was, oh man, it was expensive. It was the most expensive train show I've ever been to in my life. It was worth it though, just for meeting Bernard from Mini Prints, getting scanned. I was able to meet with Michelle from the Colorado Model Railroad Museum, so that was an awesome opportunity. Unfortunately, I didn't get any of that on footage. I thought I did, but we were in a rush to go from the vendors to get scanned at the Mini Prints booth because we had a very small window because we had to get as much footage as we can get from the train show Saturday morning. Mini Print scan was at 11. And then we had to book it over to 4018 because in order to see 4018, you had to get an appointment to do the outdoor tours because that's the only way you can see 4018. It's not free walking. It's escorted walking throughout the whole area where it was at. And man, it was tight. But we were able to pull it off, thank goodness. So No, this was the train show in Grapevine, Texas. It's a suburb just north, um, in between Fort Worth and Dallas. Matter of fact, let's bring it up. So we'll bring Google Maps up here. There we go. So the event itself was right, where is it? Right here. So this is the Grapevine Resort. And I didn't realize it at the time, but this is actually a lot more isolated than I thought. There was like no amenities near this area. So we're big foodies, Ferry and I are. So, you know, we do the typical McDonald's, the Burger King, all that crap, fast food crap that kills you in 20 years. And as far as like to get the groceries and so forth, it was quite a drive away. And the fact that parking was already expensive, it is, and gas was relatively okay at the time, but it was still quite a truck to get to groceries and so forth. I think it was like way down here in this area. So it was a couple miles drive, and we stayed up here roughly. So it was quite an isolated area, and it's like, as we stated in our video for the lessons learned, the restaurants had some weird freaking hours. So 4018 got moved from the Texas State Fairgrounds to this, it's way up here. I just gotta find it now. To Frisco. So 4018 is up here called the Frisco Discovery Center. The Frisco Discovery Center here has multiple different sub-museums to it. They've got the National Video Game Museum, they have Traintopia, they have the Museum of the American Railroad, if I remember correctly, and that's this whole outdoor plaza out here. Split Rock, how are you, good sir? Hope you are doing well. And so, in order to get and see this outdoor area, you gotta buy a ticket, and it was only open like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Well, obviously, we got there Thursday. We would miss the first time slot on the Thursday, and really the only slot to do it was to do it on Saturday afternoon and go from there. So, to my understanding, Nick Amtrak, there's two correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm probably wrong on this, because I don't go to Eastern train shows. There's two main train shows. I think there's a couple, actually, in the same area. Hey, BC Parts. Nope, you're fine. We're just chatting. We're just chatting about our wonderful NMRA experience that we had. Kind of just, this is the epilogue of the train show. And if you have any questions about this, feel free to ask. That's kind of why I'm here, to pass on all the wonderful goodies. So 4018 is actually right here. So they made this fairly recently. I can't remember when they actually completed this project and moved all the engines over here from the Texas State Fair. But 4018 is parked right here. So again, if you guys watch my video, I think it was episode. Oh no, sorry. It's actually its own separate video. So we did a visit. It's a Beyond the Icy Rails, where we actually visited 4018. So there she is. There's 4018 right there. And I tell you what, it was such an honor to see this. To go from HO scale 4018 to seeing the actual 4018 in real life, that is a memory that I will take for the rest of my life. I loved seeing this engine. It just means a lot more to me. And eventually we'll see 4014, but the fact that 4018, you know, I run on this lad, you guys have seen it in plenty of videos, and now we actually got one on the channel of the proper 4018. It's quite special. It's quite special to see. And we were able to go inside of 4018 as well in this video. But I'll go ahead and leave a link to this video so you guys can watch it whenever you can. So there's a link to that one. But it was an experience. It was quick too, unfortunately, very very quick. BCF parts. So yes, if you guys saw my comment on my channel about kind of the recap of everything, that the chapter is ending, I wore a costume of a dragon. Yes, and I'll show you at least a head of it. So give me a hot minute. I'll go back to that post that I made. So yes, you can have a Rayron on your layout. Didn't 4018 used to be in St. Louis? I don't know. I think it's a different I think there's a different big boy in St. Louis. I'll have to look at it again because I'm getting everything crisscrossed. So yeah. I lose track of where all the big boys have been, where they're at. I don't retain information well. That's just my brain is screwed up a little bit when it comes to that department. I tend to have the memory of a goldfish as well. So I tend to have to research everything. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Warren. Okay, so this is part of the costume. I'm going to wait for... I got so many stories to tell you guys. This is so much. There's so much to tell you guys. And that's why I kind of wanted... We'll run stuff a little bit later. So for those of you who are here to see things run, I've got a Class 1 Model Works flat car that we'll be running today. And then we'll be running 2 of the Texas Special hoppers that we got here from Scale Trains. So we'll be running trains a little bit later. Bear with me. There's just a lot of good stories I want to talk about because this was such an amazing experience, and I really want to talk with you guys. Because this is the first time that I've really done something like this before. And we took over like 4 to 5 hours worth of footage, and you guys haven't even seen the Mini Prince clinic. Because I recorded that whole thing, and Bernard was trying to record it as well for his video, for his website, but his GoPro had issues. And it's like he came to me and it's like, hey, do you have that footage? And it's like, yep, I do. Here you go. And we'll talk about that more in a minute. I do want to talk about the mini print scan. So let me bring this. So you talk about, are we going to get a figure? Yes. Absolutely. That was the #1 reason why I went to this train show. Originally, I wasn't... It came very, very close to not going, first off. The minute we found out that Mini Prince was going, it was like, we gotta go. This is gonna be probably once in a blue moon, maybe once in a lifetime opportunity to do this and actually meet him. And so that was the costume that I was wearing. I had a few other things, but I'm going to tease that for when Bernard goes live September 6th. He may show the Rayron miniature. He had like 48 people, I think, get scanned, me included. So I want you guys to go over, since it's his business, I want to show him some love and wait for him to reveal kind of what the general look is. But I'm going to tease it a little bit here that, yeah, that's the head of the costume right there. When I found this on Amazon, it came very, very close to the mascot that you guys see here on the channel. And it's like, this is what I want. So I want to keep it a surprise still until you guys see Bernard's live stream. And I'll send a link for that, 'cause I think he's got it on schedule. But man, it is true what people say about Bernard. He is an outgoing, fantastic, heartwarming individual that cares about the hobby, the people, his customers. He was just so funny for his clinic. I can't wait for his clinic video to come out, because he talked about how to paint figurines coming from like the Warhammer community. And it's like, his speech was so good. He was actually a great speaker too, and teacher. And it was such a great opportunity. And I cannot wait for you guys to see it. Obviously, I do have all the footage, but for the sake of just, again, this is this is part of the thing when it comes to content creation. You got to remember that sometimes this is part of people's business and full-time jobs, and sometimes content belongs to other people. And so I basically gave all the files to Bernard, and he's going to take it and run it, put it on his website, put it on his channel. And so you will never see that on my channel here. But once that comes out on his, it's going to be wonderful. So I cannot wait for you guys to see that. So all those, the entire clinic I gave to him, and he will be running with that. And that's just part of the business, you know. Sometimes content is made for other people, and that's just the way it should be. So I am excited, to say the least. It was such a great clinic. What's funny about that clinic was that my wife was looking at all through the clinics list that we could potentially go to, and she told me, this figure painting 101 sounded really interesting. And I told us, like, Bernard's doing that clinic. So naturally we went over. And that was kind of one of the reasons why we didn't get as much footage as we wanted, the layouts, because we decided to go to the clinic. 100% worth it. 100% worth it. Like, if it's the one lesson learned I want you guys to take from this, is that when you go to the NMRA convention, keep in mind it's a convention and a train show. Make sure you pay close attention to how you get your tickets online, because we almost missed getting our badges. We almost missed getting these cars because it was a cluster. And if you guys watch our lessons learned video, you know, we go a lot more detail into that. But it was so much fun. And then going to the clinics are just gold. Because we went to Bernard's, and we also went to Don. Don is our regional manager for Lone Star region, NMRA 6. I know him in person. And he did a clinic. He's an MMR now. He did a clinic on scratch building. And man, we learned so much that it actually got me excited to start building buildings and do a lot of different things. And very rarely, buildings is something I don't want to touch. But it's just one of those things that when you actually get taught how to do things from the masters, it's something else. I tell you what, guys, it's something else. And these type of clinics, you know, you would usually pay $40 to $50 for in the business sector to get this type of information. And the fact that it's included in the price of your badge, and that's why I wish we could have done more clinics, because we would have gotten our monies back essentially for the tickets that we paid for the actual show itself. So it was fun, absolutely fun. It got me excited to pursue MMR and all that. So I'm fully on board with. At first, I was skeptical about the NMRA. I had some bad experiences in other regions of the NMRA, and it left me a little bit jaded. But I finally found this Lone Star region down here in Texas is probably the first region I've been to that it is just gold. They do clinics. They meet every other month, and it feels like a family, like what an NMRA should be in my eyes. And it's quite special, definitely quite special. So, so much fun. All right, so yes, we will get scanned. Let me grab that link for you guys for Bernard. Again, he's going to be doing all of his recap. He did do a live stream from the show where he announced his special item. Again, you guys can go over to the channel and figure out what that special item is. But I just kind of wanted to show you something here. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste this here. But I think a dragon made an appearance over there. I don't know what this is all about. So I don't know what's going on here. I think a clone of me was on his stream. So I don't know who that person is. So this was so much fun. Again, you can see it on his live stream. You can see it on one of, I think it was episode 2, the vendors of the NMRA series, where I kind of photobombed him a little bit. I knew he was going live, and I thought he was going live on the booth that we found, not thinking that he was going to go live in the show. And that's when I realized, oh crap, I got the notification that he was streaming on the floor. It's like, oh no, I need to go find him. Because I want to deliver these stickers in person, but I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do it with him. So I played it safe, but luckily I was able to find him, and you guys know the rest is kind of history. But he was an awesome dude, definitely the highlight of the show. And one thing, and even with Michelle, Michelle's a sweetheart. I was able to talk to her, ran into her, gave her a sticker as well from the Colorado Model Railroad Museum. And my wife was excited too because she wants to be part of that the women in hobby, that special interest group from the NMRA. So now we got that connection. We're going to see if that potentially goes somewhere. So it's just overall being part of something bigger. I think that's the whole purpose of the NMRA. And and I did run into Gordy, but I wasn't able to really talk to him one on one like I wanted to. He was super busy, and it's just one of those things as a content creator. Sometimes you just need to respect the privacy of these other folks. They're also human beings as well. And that happened to me a couple times. Again, I'm really introverted when it comes to meeting, especially new people. I tend not to introduce myself or try to do an icebreaker. My stickers are my icebreaker if I know someone, but they don't know me. Luckily, I was able to get out of the shell and talk to Michelle because I really want to talk to her. I did see Bernard once on Thursday, but he was going somewhere. He was exiting the lobby of the hotel, going somewhere, and I didn't want to bug him. Same with Michelle. I saw her a couple times roaming around, but again, me being introverted, it really hindered me because again, I do not want to bother people if they're doing something privately. So yeah, there's a time and a place for everything, and luckily I was able to get these folks while they're in the train show, wanting to talk to people. So sometimes you just gotta feel the environment if you want to talk to someone like this, and so it's just, some of those things. Oh, and something else I was going to give to you guys as well. Here, I'll give you guys this link as well. Mini Prince is going to be doing his live stream on the 6th. So again, the full reveal of the Rayron figure, I'm going to leave it in Bernard's hands. It's his business. He did the scan, and I'm going to give him the full right to just, he's going to reveal it, and then I'll showcase it like mad here on the channel. I want time for him to go through the process, because I did a video, and there was a couple of pictures of me getting scanned. I was on the fence if I was actually going to do that on the episode series, and I decided not to, because I want that to be a surprise element for him. Again, it's just one of those things that's out of respect, it's out of courtesy, that sometimes the content of things needs to be with the other person. And sometimes we forget that as content creators. And I'm a man of just, I try to be humble, and I try to have integrity when it comes to this stuff. So at the end of the day, I can't wait for him to reveal all that. So I'm definitely excited. Oh, so Real Fan K, you got some info for us. All right, let's see what do we got here. All right, so 4018 only went to Kansas to being delivered to Museum of America Railroad in Dallas, Texas. There we go. I think 4016. Hang on. I'll do a quick Google search. I think there is a big boy in St. Louis. I'm not sure though. I should know this by heart, but I kind of don't. Eventually, I'll have all of these memorized. Let's see here. It doesn't look like they have one there. Oh, no, there is one there. I just don't know which one. I may just do a video on all the big boys. I should do that. I need to just do a video so that way I can just reference it from there. Is what I'll do. I'll do a Dragon Talk video about all the big boys and where they're at. That's a long time coming. So we'll do that. We will do that. Alrighty, let's see. What else should we talk about? Again, if you have any questions, guys, feel free to ask. This is kind of an impromptu Q&A, kind of epilogue of the National Train Show, kind of the cherry on top, the bow on the package of trying to conclude this chapter of this channel. So another thing I kind of regret too is not joining some Facebook groups, because I missed out on a lot from the content creator side of the things. It is, but it's like I've done 8-hour edit sessions. Ah, okay. So, Soul Rush. I actually have some information. There you go. Oops. Did I? Oh, you retracted that? I've got some information for you on Scale Train's front. So, that's an interesting segue. So, I talked to one of the owners of Scale Trains, and you guys saw the full interview over on episode 2 when I did the vendors. The Daylight is coming, but they've got some others that they're working on. Like I said, they're working on the J class first. And what happened was they had the first running sample, but it broke on them after 10 minutes of operating. And literally the day before the train show, they got their second sample in, and crossing fingers, hopefully we'll get more information about their Steam collection from MTH by the end of this year or January of next year. But they had several things that were coming. They had the challenge. They had the J class first, the 611, the Challenger, which is news, and we had the Daylight as well. So it's coming. It's just I'm going to be patient for them. I am going to order J class from them. I am going to order Daylight, and I'll probably order a charger from them because I've been wanting a charger. And the fact that they are in production or they are in development of one right now has me super excited. So it's coming. But yes, I've got 2 GS4s from Broadway Limited. In our vendors series, we actually got one of those on display. They also had the Shays on display, which was awesome to see as well. So seeing those in person, I am super, super excited for the Shays and for the GS4s. So, yeah, we had a lot. That was a lot of news from Scale Trains that we had from them. So that was pretty cool to see. Broadway Limited, not Broadway Limited. Soundtracks with their Blunamis to N Scale was news. I know Mystic was excited about that. Limited run for right now, and then they'll start slowly getting to mass produce. Let's go ahead and jump to kind of the news section of all the things that happened at the train show. There was a lot that came out and announced at the train show. We were able to see some of the samples there, which was pretty cool. And I kind of want to talk about all of the Icey news. We got so much Icey Rail news, guys. Ladies and gents, I should say. So many news. So I'm going to try to recap as much as I can. I know there's going to be some things I'm going to miss. There was just a lot. So let's head over to, obviously, Scale Trains. Scale Trains, again, announced their next museum quality engine. It's the SD45X EMD, and you guys got to see that on episode 2 of the National Train Show. I do too, So Rush. I've got the ones that they made from Bachmann. Yep. So yeah, we got the SE45X. I've been debating if I want to get one of these. I think I'm going to because I need some better shunters, 6-axle shunters for ops. So I may pick one up. I'm still kind of on the fence right now. So that was kind of their big announcement. They had a few other freight cars, and I tend not to cover freight cars from time to time. Pico. So Pico with the K. They had one of their samples of their the GM ML4000 engines, and it looked great. You guys kind of saw it there, again, on my vendors video. I do have one of these on pre-order because I do want one of these engines. So I am excited to get one of these. Again, you kind of saw that on the channel here. I think the big winner from this announcement from the train show, easily Rapido. Easily Rapido. They had their lineups of the GP40s that you guys saw in my video. They had samples of these guys right here. The GP40s with the slugs. We got to see kind of some prototype of this. I've got this on pre-order. I am super excited for this because I'm building up my MKT collection next in my Heritage UP. And being able to see the slug, being able to see a prototype of these two, it looked amazing. Again, you guys kind of saw that in the video as well. So there's a slug. We're also going to get it in Union Pacific, some Western Pacific, but the whole lineup is down here. Right here. So this is their entire lineup. CN, Illinois Central, CN, the MKD, these two I'm definitely pre-ordering. Cotton Belt. UP, I'm debating if I'm going to get the slug in UP. The problem with this is that these guys are scheduled to come out next year, December 2024, if I remember correctly. And I've already got a bunch of things coming out that time as well. So I may hold and get the one that I really need, which is the MKDs. Western Central and Western Pacific. But overall, Rapido has some nice stuff coming out. Another thing that they've announced is their maintenance of way cars that they basically put on the flat car here. So they've got a whole bunch of maintenance of way cars coming out. I really want these. You can see one in action there. Yeah, look at all these maintenance of way cars. Conrail, Norfolk Southern. Just brilliant things. Some Thai cars. So Rapido's doing pretty well. There's C30s. Got to see a nice lineup of those. So overall, I was quite content with the Rapido offerings. So another one that surprised me. And I don't think oh yeah, I gotta go to the video. Is Bachmann. Bachmann kind of surprised me as well because they announced they had their Hudson coming out with TCS Wow Sound. Now I'm a huge fan of TCS Wow Sound. If you guys don't know, the TCS Wow Sound comes in their new Amtrak Chargers. The new Amtrak Chargers are freaking amazing. Like Bachmann did a good job. I don't recommend buying them at $500. Try to go through a distributor. I get mine from Train World, which usually has them on sale for around $240. But they are an amazing diesel, and the fact that they're going to go with their steam engines with Wow Sound is amazing. And then they surprised me again. I'll go ahead and put this video. I'm taking it from their video here. So I will properly source my material, as a good journalist should. So there is the link if you want to go see this Bachmann video here for their mid-year announcement. What surprised me the most was that their C36s are coming with Tsunami 2s. This blew me away. Bachmann with Tsunami 2s. Wow. What world do we live in? Obviously, I'm really biased towards soundtracks because of the Blunamis, but even the Tsunami 2s are really good. And the fact that now Bachmann is equipping them with Tsunami 2s with their latest line here of the GE C36, I'm really tempted to buy one of these. So, yeah, I was really surprised by that. And I think that's really all. I don't think they had the bullet train. We did get to see a sample of the Via from the Siemens. So you guys can see that in the vendor's video. It looked pretty good. Like I gotta give Bachmann credit. So yeah, definitely surprised by that. So I think that was the big highlights of the Icey Rail news I wanted to talk about. But yeah, it was nuts. And, I'm trying to record everything because there was so much new news, so much breaking stuff coming out. But I'm hoping I did the train show justice. It was the biggest one that I have attempted to record. Again, you guys saw it took 5 episodes, almost 6 if you count this stream, to really unpack just the amount of information and just product line and what was available and all of the layouts that were out there. It's kind of crazy to think about. Another big lesson learned was that after everything kind of died down, I was just sifting through Facebook, and I realized there was a lot of Facebook groups that I should have been a part of but weren't. I didn't find them till after the fact because I was just searching NMRA photos and so forth. And what I discovered was that there was a lot more YouTubers there that I didn't realize. The biggest one that I regret not trying to find was Ron from Ron's Trains and Things. I didn't realize he was there until some of the photos started to come out, and I was like, ah, it was a missed opportunity. But you know, it is what it is. And I got to meet some YouTubers, so you guys saw the sources. You know, just out of the blue, I bought the Southern Pacific River Rossi set, and come to find out that person was a YouTuber as well. So it's like the odds of running into people like that is just amazing. And that's a great thing about these train shows. You just don't know who you're going to run into. So yeah, Ron from Ron's Trains and Things was there. Michelle from Colorado Model Railroad Association was there, or Colorado Model Railroad Museum, excuse me. Bernard was there. I think Dave's N scale stuff was there. There was some others. But yeah, it was a really good time. Yeah, and sometimes, you know, I get it. Sometimes you just can't make it to a train show. It's either too far, too expensive. Life happens, you know. And I understand it. And that's why if I get the opportunity to go to train shows, I try to record as much as I can. And I thought one of my SD cards when I was recording corrupted. I was under this impression that I had lost basically all of Thursday and Friday morning's footage. But luckily, it wasn't. And I was able to get all that information, and you guys see the final product. But if it's one thing that I really learned, I don't have enough SD cards, but it's not for space. It is not for space. It is the amount of SD cards I need to get a little bit more. I thought I had enough. Because the thing is, if you record, let's say you have 4 days worth of train show to record, and you try to put all 4 onto one SD card, you are putting too many eggs in one basket that if that one SD card corrupts, then you've lost your entire train show footage. So what I try to do is after each major record, let's say I have a major record session of an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, then I remove that SD card and put a new SD card in. So that way I know that one SD card has a less chance of corrupting the other footage for the other days. And so after that one scare of potentially getting all that corrupted, I said, okay, each time we enter and leave the train show, I swap an SD card. I recorded Bernard's clinic, and I removed my SD card because I did not want that getting corrupted. So on and so forth. And so I ran out of basically SD card. And when we went to Traintopia and to go see 4018, once that footage was done, I took that SD card, put it away, tried not to get it corrupted. So it was a lesson learned that it's not necessarily I need bigger size in SD cards. I need more, and really I just need like 128 gigabyte size SD cards is really all I need, because I only record up to like 2 hours per session. And then I swapped out with another SD card so that way I don't lose that footage. So that was definitely something I learned while recording, is that I need more smaller SD cards versus needing bigger SD cards. So that way I can swap out and not lose any footage if one gets corrupted. Not recording my interaction with Michelle, that was another big lesson learned and something I feel really bad about, but it's the moment thing, and we had a great conversation. She was awesome. Missing out on they had an operations session in N scale that I missed. I was mad that I missed that, but again, you know, we got there on a Thursday. Operations was pretty much concluding by the time we got there. So I don't use DSLRs. So what I do, I use GoPros. I have a GoPro Hero 11. I have a shoulder mount on my backpack that I put the GoPro onto it, and then you guys, if you've seen Bernard's live stream, I put a GoPro on my wrist. Hey, Mom and Son Train Rail fans. You can watch us on the replay. Your sleep is much more important. Go get some rest. Thank you for all the support. I'll let my wife know. I'll let Fairy VR know. She's very passionate about the hobby. She's an extrovert. She's a social butterfly. And I love her for it. So, But yeah, not. I'm trying to think some other lessons learned. So yeah, I use GoPros, and the reason why I like using GoPros is because there's a lot of universal mounts. It records up to 4K. However, for most of the train show, I stayed at 1080p because it overheats when you try to record 4K longer than an hour, and I don't want that corrupting my SD cards. So I've had that happen before where it overheated, and then it corrupted everything on the SD card. The SD card was fine after I reformatted it, but the corruption I didn't want to deal with it. So, but yeah, I use GoPros, but it may not be for you. I can tell you what I do, but it may not necessarily work for you. Maybe a DSLR will work for you because it does different things for you, and that's where you just got to trial and error. You know, start with a very small train show. That's what I did. I started with a very small train show, and this is going to go to a shout out to I am terrible with names, guys. I'm so sorry. Hang on. I need to get this name right. I'm having a massive brain fart. Anyways, I started off small with one small train show. Lynn. Oh my goodness, Lynn. I owe you so much. Lynn from the High Desert Modular Railroad Club. I know I screwed that name up. So I went to the Tehachapi Loop train show. That was like my first one as a YouTuber, I guess you can call it. I made so many mistakes as it, but I met Lynn McCurdy. Awesome dude. His mustache is exactly how you would expect it to be. So that was my first train show that I recorded. That recording is still here on the channel. And I just used a cell phone with a gyro mount. That's all I had. And then I quickly learned that I need to get a better camera that's mobile. And so it's like I did a lot of research, figured out what could work well for me, and I got like a very cheap GoPro Hero 4, I think, or it was like a black GoPro 4 black, something like that. Very cheap thing, but it didn't have a changeable battery. So when that battery died, you have to connect it via USB-C to charge it. And that's when I discovered that the Hero 11 had the swappable internal batteries, so that way you can keep recording nonstop. And ever since I went to the GoPro 11, it's been great ever since. It's gotten all the quality that I wanted. It's gotten me the mobility that I wanted. And so that is my system. 2 GoPro cameras, and that's how I record the whole train show. And then we got almost 4 hours worth of footage that was narrowed down into, you know, the layouts was the longest one at almost an hour and 12 minutes. Everything else was about half an hour and 45 minutes. The last episode was actually filmed from my phone. That's why the audio's kind of off between Ferry and I. But yeah, it just experiment, figure out what works well for you. And that's the thing too, is that data management was also a big thing for me. The cell phones nowadays don't have a micro SD card slot anymore. And I quickly discovered early on when it comes to my footage and to my data and to my MP4s and everything, that SD card is the way for me to go. So I've got a micro SD card that connects via USB 3, USB 3.0. And it gives me the speed that I need and the control that I need to handle my data the way I want it to and organize my data and my films the way I want it to. So that's something you need to experiment. Some people record from their phone, upload to the cloud, and then access that cloud from home. I tried that. I didn't like it because, you know, I'm wired differently when it comes to just data management. So once you figure out how to film this stuff, then you got to figure out how you're going to manage all of that footage. If you have a system in place, it makes that 4 hours worth of data easy to edit. So by the time I got back, it basically took me an entire day, about 8 hours worth of editing, to get all those episodes in line and out to you guys. So some of this behind the scenes stuff when it comes to that. Oh, but man, it was so much fun. The clinics really made this train show unique and special. The train show itself was still fun. Like the layouts, man, the layouts were top notch. T Track, oh my goodness, guys. T Track was just heavily represented. And N Track, I think, stole the show. They stole the show. They had the president of N Track was there. I think they were celebrating their 50th anniversary, or they were celebrating an anniversary. And so what they did a first at the train show. They went from T Track, Helix to like Fremon, which is N scale Fremo, to NMRA standard modulars. And you guys saw that on my footage. And basically they had a helix for each different type of N-track layouts. It was the first time they've ever done it, and it was also the largest they've ever made with all of these different types of systems. Absolutely incredible layout. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take a train from all three layouts. They had a couple of command station issues. They were trying to connect multiple command stations, which is interesting, especially since they use Digitrax. It's not necessarily, it's kind of frowned upon from Digitrax if you try to connect one command station to another. So they never, from my understanding, they never got that to work. And you saw from my footage from the layout episode that the tracks didn't line up. And so they weren't able to fully recognize that concept of connecting all three standards of N-track together. But I tell you what, it was definitely the star of the show, because the amount of people that were buying N-scale stuff, especially small kids and families, they were eating it up. They were eating up the T-track modular setup. Because you had Godzilla, you had Harry Potter, you had Star Wars that was on the layouts. Man, it was just crazy. You guys saw in my video how many families were just surrounding those layouts. And so those families were going to the vendors trying to find a starter set, and I saw so many N-scale starter sets go out of the train show. Like, if you're an N-scaler, be proud, because there's going to be a lot of future N-scale modelers in the future. Like, this is going to be kind of a hot take, but I think the number of N-scale modelers may outgrow HO, if it hasn't happened already. Because for HO, there was a couple. There was like two massive HO, no, three. There were 3 HO layouts. That Wisconsin Central, the Corpus Christi layout, and then you had Fremo. I think it was the Omaha Fremo division were there, if I remember correctly. All 3 HO modules were still great. The Wisconsin Central, basically that whole mining themed layout, was easily the best layout in the show for me. I love my T-Track, but the amount of detail that came out from that layout alone was awesome. I'll quickly bring that up so you guys can see just bits and pieces, but oh man, it was crazy. I didn't do the layouts justice. I made a community post about a playlist that we were trying to put together, and other people did the layouts justice. I was just walking around with the camera, trying to capture everything. So let's go ahead. I'll show you guys. So this was the layout right here. This was, and I'll give you guys the link here real quick so you guys can view this. Again, it is quite lengthy. This is an hour and 12 minutes worth of layouts, which goes to show you there was a lot of layouts here. So there's the link right there. But this layout was incredible. This was the Wisconsin Central layout, and it was amazing to see. Amazing to see. The plumber, how are you, good sir? How are you? So we're kind of just recapping. This was my favorite layout of the train show, the Wisconsin Central. You can see just this whole it was pretty much scratch built. There's a lot of scratch built pieces, a lot of brass pieces in this train here, the Mansa Way here. But what's clever about this layout is that they had a hidden staging way back there. Because normally with the staging, you usually have a T modular that goes into a separate the yard. But they cleverly hid it behind the mountains. I am doing well, Plumber. I'm I am re-energized about this hobby. Going to this train show re-energized me because I didn't have, well, I had a bad day at, I don't know if I want to talk about this. I had a bad day at model railroading, let me just put it that way. And so going to this train show got me over it. Again, met a lot of great people. You can see the hidden staging back here. It was just a thing of beauty. I got a lot of shorts from here. You can see that staging back there underneath the mountains. Oh, I'm hoping you get it, so Rush. Just be patient. Those decoders are going to be worth it. They're going to be worth it. So yeah, that layout was just simply incredible. Here's the massive N scale that was all together. Again, N track combined everything into one massive layout. And one thing I didn't realize was that this particular layout, I had missed 2 inner sections to record. So like this section right here I missed, and there was like a whole nother section back here that I missed. So I failed you guys. I didn't get the full layout like I hoped to, but we got something. And again, there's some other YouTubers out there that did recordings of these layouts. I'm simply one person. I can't capture everything. But I tried my damnedest to get everything. Because this is what the hobby is truly about. And there was T scale was represented there. There was Z scale that was represented there. Let me see if I can find Z scale. Yeah, so here is Z scale. This is a Bentrack Z scale format. And again, if you're not familiar with Bentrack, basically it's a modular that has 2 main lines on either side of that modular. That's basically Bentrack. N scale has Bentrack too. It's not as common as the Z scale's really taken the Ben format. You can kind of see it here. That's one modular that has 2-sided. But yeah, this was Z scale. Talked to the owner here about the Z scale stuff, and he was using Hallmark ornaments to use as scenery. I appreciate it, Plumber. And over here, I didn't talk about it, but over here, they had modulars for sale. They had a Z scale, like full loop with some siding, and they were like $20 a modular. And I was this close to buying a modular, but it's like Fairy VR said, we don't have the space to bring it back. We had 3 animals to bring back, crates, we had, all the stuff that we bought from the hall. But I tell you one thing, if I had an empty vehicle, I would have bought at least 2 to 3 modulars in this show. And they would have been Z-scale modulars, because they were ready to go. All I needed was legs. This one right here was like an entire N-scale, or no, Z-scale layout for like $100. It was insane. It was like, it was a steal to grab all those, and it's like, I didn't have the space to bring it home. So, yeah, it was sad, but it is what it is. So, a lot of micro machines from Star Wars here. You can see kind of the Hallmark ornaments here for housing for Z-scale. The guy used like a Fisher-Price airport set and made it into a smaller airport over here. Again, you guys can see that in the video. I'm thinking about it, Plumber. It's a far out idea. I need a vehicle that actually can tow it. So that's issue number 1. Issue number 2, obviously the interest and all that crap, but it's in the future. It's in the future. The next idea is to find a hotel for the pets, like a resort for pets, because we do have some in San Antonio. We're looking into that next, so that way we can go to Timonium next year. So again, kind of what I talked about earlier, there's basically going to be one Super Bowl, what I call a Super Bowl train show that we're going to go out and try to meet you guys. And we know all you guys are on the East Coast for the most part. Because we're definitely not going to the NMRA next year because that's in California, and I'm not going to deal with California. Lived there for 3 years. Don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So the train show next year, we can't do Amherst because of just financial reasons. But we're going to try to plan for Timonium next year when they announce it. I'm assuming it's going to be an October timeframe like this year. So more than likely the big train show we'll go to is Timonium next year. So obviously this year, this one was the big Super Bowl train show. I'm trying to see what else I want to quickly highlight, but yeah, here's more Z-scale stuff. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. How often do you guys see a modular helix, and B, a helix that is scenic? This is a partially scenic modular helix going from NMRA standard N scale to Fremont or N scale Fremo layout. This was the first time that anything like this was attempted. And then they had another helix going to T or to T-track. I thought that was so am I getting, I thought Amherst and Timonium were two different train shows. I may be getting that confused now. So I thought Amherst was the one in January, February, and I thought Timonium happens later in the year. I may be getting that mixed up. You seen a stationary scenic and helix? Nice. See, I've never seen one. So seeing one that was A, modular, and B, scenic, this was completely new for me, seeing this. Let alone one, but there was actually two. Let me see if I can try to find it real quick. This one. So, and keep in mind, I thought I had it. Come on, you can do it. So this is the T-track. Oh, two Timoniums. Okay. So take a look at this. This is from the opposite eye. This layout is still connected all together. So it was massive. It goes this way, and it makes a couple loops back here, all the way back here to the other helix, all to the other way. They are in different states. Okay. Okay. So we're going to try to do the Timonium in the later half of the year. I'll put it that way. Okay. So Timonium Amherst. Gotcha. Different places, not the same venue. I was assuming the same venue in Springfield, Massachusetts. That doesn't sound right. Got it. Got it. So basically this was a T-track using the helix going into the NMRA N-scale standard. Was basically the main lines are off to the side a little bit, not center like Fremo. But this was the first time that this was ever done. So we had a lot of firsts with this layout, and it was incredible to see. Absolutely incredible. And this is why I say, if you want to get into the hobby, if you want my advice, if you're brand new starting into the hobby, go N-scale. I know it's smaller. I know the parts can be a little bit difficult. But N-scale is doing what I always advocate model railroading should be. You have your prototypical stuff, but then you also have the fantasy elements all connected together. This layout is what model railroading is all about. You've got your prototypical layouts, and then it's connected to T-track, which has all these fantasy elements to it. Like this is like the other half of that T-track. You had dragons on there. The best modular of the show was right here, and you guys have seen this before. They were at the New Braunfels train show, but this is the one that had the massive parade, fireworks, and so forth. This one won best of show for modulars. A T-Track modular won Best of Show. That says a lot. That says a lot. And then the first place for individual was right next to it. This was like a Japanese garden type of deal, bought with a pool and everything. It was just incredible. And then the T-Track right next to it here was even more brilliant. It's simple. I'll kind of showcase it here in a sec. Now I lost it. But the T-Track right next to it was basically a train in the clouds. See if I can find it. I think I lost it. Right here. So yeah, this module right here, you basically had clouds. It was backlit, and then they used a see-through Kato unit track, and it basically simulates a train going through the clouds. It's just insane. I appreciate that, Bree. So yeah, this was incredible, absolutely incredible to see. No problem, Split Rock. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. The videos are doing really well. I'm glad you guys are watching it. I was concerned that they were a little too lengthy, but just it kind of just showcases the strength of the hobby right now. Oh, yeah, that's just backlit, see-through track, train in the sky. You got car Stonehenge over here. Yeah, I'm exhausted too. And that's a great thing about T-Track. This is why I'm so passionate about T-Track. You can do so much. And take a look at this. DC. The way T-Track is set up, you can have circles inner circles that are DC, and then you can have the outer circle as DCC. In my humble opinion, T-Track is the best format for modular railroading. Hot take, I know, but it just does so much. People are going crazy with T-Track. And it was just amazing to see. And then now you got crazy stuff like this. Yeah, the detail is incredible. So I will try to deal with the trolls as they come, Split Rock. So that's the thing about humanity. Trolls are everywhere. There are trolls, and then there are assholes. It's the assholes I have problems with. Because when they disrespect... Okay, a little bit of a rant here. If you tell someone... This is how you're pretty much an asshole. If you force your viewpoints, if you force your way of doing your own model railroading on someone else, that's when I think you should get out of the hobby. Because, and this kind of led up to my It's a Sandbox Hobby video. Because I saw a lot of things go down that I was not liking. And so that's what ended up creating this video right here. It's a Sandbox Hobby. I created that video to tell people, hey, this is a sandbox hobby. If you're going to tell someone how to create their own sandbox, get out of the hobby. Simple as that. And unfortunately, before I went, my local club, unfortunately, there are some colorful personalities that I ran into one of these people. And so it really made me mad, but I'm glad that I went to this train show. Yeah. The trolls went after. See, and that's one. Here's the other thing. If you see people being disrespectful, report them. It's tough. It sucks. But report them. If I would have seen that go down, I would have reported them in a heartbeat. Because we got to preserve, we got to gatekeep this hobby. As much as I hate the term gatekeep, we got to do it. We got to do it. We got to keep this hobby pure. We got to get the next up-and-coming generation. Otherwise, this hobby is going to die. And people are going to get turned away because they see the toxic environment, and we lose it. But yeah, quite something. Here I'll give Bree here some. So I love. It's a journey for me, and so going there. We have the Kirby Yard right here. We've got good old Austin. Well, I don't want to say good old Austin. Austin's kind of crazy, but there's Austin, Texas. We went through Waco. But there we go. There's Dallas. Traffic was a nightmare. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, Split Rock, you do make a great point. And I don't get the term, it's a lack of a better phrase. But gatekeepers is one of those terms that everyone can connect with. But again, I agree, gatekeep is not the right term. I think we need to mentor these people the right way. Maybe that's a better phrase. But sometimes you can't show people the error of their ways, unfortunately. Keep Austin weird. Yeah. I forgot. Simple as that. I've been super busy. So yeah, keep Austin weird. It is definitely weird. No, I didn't get a chance. So I only had like 4 days in the Upper Dallas region, and it was jam-packed. Jammed packed. So yeah, we went to Dallas, and then right next door, Grapevine. So, and then we did have to pass the colonies going up to Fresco. We went to Frisco to see 4018. So we did get to go see 4018. So let's talk about the resort. So the resort was awesome. Let me try to see if I can find trying to. That's why I have this channel. So right here. This was the Gaylord Resorts. It's got this is the Gaylord Resort. And of course, everything is bigger in Texas, so you had this massive star dome structure, and the whole thing was nice. There was a walkway, reminds me of kind of like the riverfront or the Riverwalk in San Antonio. But they had all of these fountains, pathways. It was just a massive structure. Yep. And so this resort, as far as a train show from the general public perspective, I think it'll be just like any other train show. Or if you're like going to downtown, you gotta pay $20 for parking and so forth. But I think the people who really suffered from this are those that did not get a hotel in this resort and wanted to do all the activities throughout that week. So if you did about 7 days, if you did 7 days for the full train show, that is $140 to park in there, because it was $20 per 2 hours, and if you stay for like the whole day, it almost went up to $40. So technically, it would be like $280 just to park there if you didn't get a room there. So for people like us that had pets, it was expensive just on the parking front. So it was a learning curve. It was a terrible learning curve. So I wish we had scope that out a little bit more. But yeah, the resort was beautiful. We had the walkway there and everything. So, and they had this little G scale layout right here. But yeah, it was quite an adventure. So I think what I'm going to do real quick is let's go ahead and we'll do a quick unboxing. I think I kind of talked about everything that I didn't mention in the lessons learned video. So from the vendors, I always wanted something from Class 1. I didn't realize how nice this box is, but I love how it opens up. You can see kind of the schematics of the actual prototype. And then the flat car right there. The guys were so nice. We'll go ahead and open this bad boy up. Oh, this is heavy. This is quite heavy. This has got some weight to it. This is metal. This is die-cast metal. Wow. So this is the Class 1 depressed car, depressed flat car. You can see all the detail there. The couplers are a coupler I'm not familiar with. I think this is actually Katie, but they actually cut off the little air hose thing there. Are they 3D printed? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are. It's got the texture of die-cast metal, but I could be wrong. It could be 3D printed. I don't know if it says on here. Doesn't really say. I don't know. So yeah, it feels die-cast to me. Not bad. You're a noob. That's fine. So the pressed flat car basically allows heavier and taller loads to go through tunnels. That's basically all it does. Yep, the superintendent of the roadway, Mary, has arrived. I saw that, Warren. I saw that one was warped, and they had to come out with a video to how to unwarp it. I have... If you want my blunt opinion, they should have done what Scale Trains did. Say, hey, if yours is warped, bring it back or replace it. Instead of giving the instructions, hey, you can unwarp it by heating... I think by heating it up to unwarp it. Oh, my gosh. I saw that, and it's like, wow. I've got 1 dog, 3 cats. But yeah, mine's definitely not warped, which is good. Because we bought this at the train show. Alright, and now for the big one. Yep, they still are. Okay. This is the covered hopper. This is the exclusive from the train show. And of course they vacuum seal these stupid things. Come on. Oh, it's taped. Haha. I'm gonna try to open this. Cat, dog, fish, and turtle. Nice. Ugh, come on. This tape is like super strong. Okay, there we go. It's free. This car is gorgeous, by the way. There we are. The Texas NMRA covered hopper from Scale Trains. Such a nice car. I'll go ahead and open up the second one here, and then we'll put them on the layout, get them rolling, and then we'll talk about some of the things that are going to come up. Since this chapter of the channel has kind of come to a close, NMRA has been concluded, we'll start talking about the way forward, which you guys kind of got a sneak peek already. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Warren. Oof. Never a good thing. Alright, and there's the second one. So, give me a second, guys. We'll put these on the layout. We'll get this train running, and then we'll kind of talk about the future on where we're going to take things. I'm hoping the flat car is going to make this turn. I haven't really tested it. Maybe I should test that out real quick. So let me, I'll switch cams here to the overhead camera. All right. So I'm going to test a few things. I'm going to hope that this flat car can make this turn for, first off. Oh, that's going to be interesting. It seizes just a little bit. Just a little bit. I do need to check the couplers when it goes around this turn. I should actually test this whole train. Hang on. This is the tightest turn. I think it's like a 22-degree turn. I do need to test that really quick. I'm trying to, plumber. I gotta test the sharpest turn over here. So I really don't want to run a train and have it fall off the edge. It's a little tight, but it runs. Awesome. All right. I'm surprised that 6-axle flat car, the press flat car, actually was able to make it with the couplers. Okay, so we should do, let me switch cameras here. Let's go to the 180. And rev this up. We'll connect it up. No thank you. Especially with these rare cars, absolutely not. Alright, I think we're connected. Alright, and there we go. We got the Class 1 depressed flat car. And then our 2 Scale Trains Texas NMRA special flats. Or cover hoppers. Jeez. Wake up. Alright, so we'll get that running around the layout for a little bit. Oh, I didn't realize that. Interesting. Hey, thanks for sharing the information. The more we know, the better. So I have a I have a duck under bridge over here called Ghetto Bridge. So we'll go back to all the cameras here. So Ghetto Bridge is kind of over here. So it's a duck under right here. Let's see. So we're at Phoenix Point. Yeah, Scale Trains did a very nice job with these Texas cars. Alright, so Ghetto Bridge is coming up. Get our bridge camera here. And then finally the 180. Not bad. And eventually, guys, we'll get the other, we will get the rest of the cars that we purchased on this layout. Got a lot of Southern Pacific cars, passenger cars that we got. We're working on the MKT Texas Special train. Just need a little bit more time to grab the engines. Ah, there we go. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's all good. Little by little, we're finding some over here. They're a little harder to find, but... Alright, I'm going to go ahead and mute the sound a little bit here so I'm not talking too much over it. Okay, so let's talk about the way forward now. If you guys saw my announcement on the community page, there's some little Easter eggs on this layout. So notice here, we have a random boxcar right next to this house that needs this boxcar for goods. Okay. Over here, as the train goes by, notice we have spawned in a building here. Once the train passes. And we got two boxcars just chilling right in front of this building. Oh, that bullet train wasn't functional. It happens. We got a passenger station here that has a boxcar right there. We need to go to a separate camera view for this next one. Okay, so let's go to this one. Notice how we've got a building that has a special kind of crate here. On the opposite side of this building, there's a small little dinosaur. So it may have some dinosaurs in this box. We don't know. And notice how we got this kind of special MP passenger train just chilling here. So what I'm getting at, there's the passenger train just chilling there. You can see a little dinosaur just chilling right there too. And there could be a dinosaur package for Mr. Plumber there. So what I'm getting at is right. What I'm getting at is that we're going to start bringing in operations to this layout. And so I thought about, how am I going to do this? So something I wanted to prove is that even though I have this kind of rail fanning layout, you can transform it into an operational layout that does ops. And so I got these cards. I don't want to keep saying carts. So I will quickly show you guys this. I thought about this for a while. Like, what system am I going to go with to do operations? You guys see me do the switch list from SAMRA. SAMRA uses NMRA, which then gives you a switch list to do all of the operations. We have a dispatcher, yard masters, and so forth. And that's how we do our operations. So I had the option of NMRA. There's another option that I will show you guys this system real quick. Till we finally get Godzilla. There was another system that we could have done here. This is a network. This is a company called Train Tracks. I know one of the, I think it's an owner. But what the Train Track system does, and I'll take you guys to YouTube here, and I'll give you guys a link. I'm going to do a whole separate video on this as a product spotlight, because this is something I really want to do, but it's got to be incorporated into a layout. So what this allows you to do is actually do operations like a true prototypical layout. So basically what you have here is you got little scan discs that go to the bottom of the car, and then you actually put in readers into the track. So as a box car with that scanner goes underneath the scanning device, it goes into NMRA. And you can see all the information, the photo, the name, the location, where it's at, and it populates this all into an operations thing. And you can have a freaking QR code that pops up that populates your split switch from NMRA. Like, this, in my opinion, is the ultimate tech nerdy way of doing operations. And I love it. I love everything about the system. The problem is, if you build a brand new layout, you need to have this in mind, because the sensor, you have to put it underneath the track like a magnet does for uncoupling the cars. And there's a lot more wiring that goes involved with doing this type of system. And so when I go to build my final layout, I'm 100% going to use this system. But for now, what I decided to do is, for my personal layout here, I'm going to be using, and I'll show you guys here in a second. We'll go to the community tab. Definitely a lot, and that's one reason why I love N-Scale too. So we're going to be using car carts. Car cards. It's a D, not a T. Car cards. Okay, plumber, take it easy. Thank you so much for dropping by. So we're going to be using the card system, because the waybills and card carts is the actual full terminology of the system. So the waybills in itself give me so much role play capabilities when it comes to operations. And you know me, I don't do things prototypical. So what I can do here is that I can incorporate you guys into the layout. Now, this is not a brand new idea. I will give credit to Humanity Junction, because he kind of came up with this idea, and I decided to steal it and credit him with that. But imagine having the consignee be one of you guys. Like, you know, the plumber. I have dinosaurs that I need to ship out to him. So I'll put on this waybill from this box car behind me, hey, I need to ship this to my terminal, which is actually, I'm going to convert Kirby Yard into the Kirby Terminal, because the terminal makes more sense into the operations that I'm going to be doing on this layout. So instead of having it be a yard, it actually makes more sense to make it as a terminal. So the Kirby Terminal. And imagine, you know, Railfan, you like, let's see, let's do cameras. Let's say you need a new camera, or you have a camera production company. And so you need cameras. So I can put consignee, Railfan K, onto these waybills to role play it. So that's what I'm going to do going forward. I can have a lot more fun. The car cards and waybill system gives me that role play capability that I can't necessarily get with a split switch. Not split switch. Switch list. And so it just gives me much more hands-on type of system. And so that's what I'm going to go with. And I think I won't have a stream next week because next week is the SAMRA general membership meeting, which I got to go to. But I think the weekend after, or the next Friday after that, we're going to showcase this system. Because I got them in literally a couple hours ago, and I still got to fill out all of my information. So how is this going to work? How is operations going to work on the layout? So this is what we're going to do. This is kind of the story, because when it comes to a layout, you got to, and especially if you're going to get hardcore into operations, we got to have some sort of story behind it. Either it's going to be a prototypical story, or it's going to be some sort of freelance layout story that you have. And so what's the story behind this layout? So again, this is going to be what I call Iceyville. You know, it's corny, it's cheap, it's whatever. But this whole layout's going to be called Iceyville. We're going to have all of our industries. And what's cool about this layout is that, well, Ron, this layout is really small. Okay, Bree, thank you so much for dropping by. Have a good one. What's cool about this layout is that I can interchange sceneries with my modular scenery system. I don't think I can capture that. I know what I can do. I've got a post of it. Give me one hot minute, and I'll show you guys. So right here. So basically, I learned a few things. This was my prototype modular scenery system. It's basically another couple pieces of wood that is attached by a D-clamp to the modular, so that way I can interchange this to whatever scenery I want it to be. And that's how I'm going to get scenery on this layout, is by having these what I call modular scenery pieces. But from this prototype, I actually learned a few things. One, I do need quarter braces on the sides, and this piece of wood right here actually needs to shift to the left a couple more inches, so that way I have a lip here. And the whole purpose of that lip is to have that ledge, so that way I can put lamps and clamp them to that lip, so that way I can get my lighting onto the layout. I learned that from a couple of Fremo modulars I saw at the train show. So this has got to shift to the left, so that way I can clamp in lights so I can light up that whole section. So the next one I build is going to be a little bit different than this one. So that's kind of the way moving forward when it comes to that. But what's cool about this is that I can interchange any industry that I want and just pretend that the track is close enough to service that. Again, we have to pretend a little bit to make this work. But that's what we have on the layout. So let me go back to all the cameras here, and I'll kind of showcase this. So this guy right here, that you can see kind of the modular scenery piece, and I have a boxcar there, and it's servicing this building that requests whatever product I want it to load and unload. And so I have already strategically placed all of my boxcars and industries, so that way we can just pretend and have fun that we're actually doing ops. So of course there's going to be a little bit of pretending that we have to do. And so this Iceyville kind of area has a couple rules because I'm limited by the layout that I have. One is that obviously I don't have any way of a runaround. I don't have a runaround, so I have to strategically move my cars. We got to pretend that these kind of let's see. We got to pretend that these type of rails are not really together. And I'll make a map of this to kind of visualize it, give it kind of the story behind it. But with Iceyville, we're going to have two trains. We're going to have the Iceyville local, which is basically going to serve this entire layout. So let me go ahead and bring up this view. So again, this whole circle we're calling Iceyville. And right now, I don't have the Kirby interchange modulars built, because I got to build Icy Mountain. That's basically going to give me my interchange to go into Kirby Interchange. Kind of the goal is that I bring in one train from the interchange into this circle to service the industries, and then we have a second train called the Icey Express, which is basically my MP train that's parked on the siding here. Right now, they got to be staged off-site, and I'll eventually drive them on and pretend that, hey, this is so. We'll only have 2 trains running for operations, but I think with 2 trains, with the way it's kind of set up, it's going to give me at least maybe an hour to 2 hours of operations. What I'll probably do is I'll probably have a 4-cycle rotation, because on the way bills you can cycle them 4 times, from being placed to being on hold to being picked up, or set out, being on hold to pick up. So what I'll probably end up doing is we'll probably do an operation sessions and we'll split it. So we'll probably do a video that I do an operation session on, and then I'll stream an operation session, and then we'll go back to video until we can do a complete cycle and just see how that works. But obviously there's a lot of planning that goes into that. So I got to get all the way bills and card cards set up. And then I still haven't figured out how I'm personally going to handle the switch lists, because typically NMRA does the switch lists for you. When it comes to card cards and way bills, people tend to have their own style of switch lists from what I've been seeing. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do it on my end, because I'm probably going to have it all in my head, what is set out in pickups and what's on hold and so forth. But it's going to be kind of a learning curve a little bit, but I'm excited to do it because it brings the roleplay element that I want to bring into this layout. And I'm definitely bringing you guys into this. So you'll see a lot of Easter eggs. Like I could say that Swift meat plant facility, you know, that belongs to so-and-so. I'll just pick a random person here. We'll say that'll be BCF Parts meat plant or something. We can say what I really want to bring in is a maintenance of way car that has rock from the Split Rock Quarry, you know, or something to that effect that we'll bring in. Like this railway needs to be maintenance. I need that gravel, so that'll come from Split Rock's facility. And again, I 100% sold this idea from Heath. So again, go follow Heath. He's doing some awesome things over there. He's got a new layout that he's building. Go follow Humanity Junction if you haven't. But for what he was doing with his operation session, I thought that was genius. And it's like, you know what? That's the way we need to do it, because it's basically my thank you back to you and how you guys can be on this layout. Yeah, and that's the whole point. It's like D&D, exactly. And another thing that I wanted to do is I want to have a dragon plant, essentially. Well, we ship out dragon eggs to Mom and Son bro fans. To Tammy and Heath. So on the card carts, we're bringing you guys into this. And that's what I'm excited for. And I can stream from my GoPro shoulder mounts, and we'll go from there. Okay, sold. We'll do a machine shop. Or we'll do some sort of parts or mechanical parts. That's easy. Matter of fact, I can probably have my first stall, because I've got a 2-stall building over there that can hold 2 boxcars, and that's probably what we can do. We can do BCF mechanical parts. Either you produce them and I need them here for the layout, or you're producing it here at the layout, shipping it out to somewhere else. So I'll have a little bit of freedom to how I want to do that. And we'll just rotate things in and out. I know, you know, the passenger trains we can do something with. So for now, we have 2 trains. We'll have our Iceyville local, which will service all the industries. And then we'll have our passenger train come in and pick up the mailbox. We'll pick up the mail, drop off passengers, and so forth. And it's going to be tricky because, again, there's no runaround track. But I think this could be very, very fun. So that's kind of the idea moving forward. And then, so basically, we're heading out. Okay. Take it easy, Sword Rush. Thank you so much for dropping by. You can always catch us on the replay. Again, thank you so much for hanging out, chatting with the Icey family. Welcome back, Mystic. Mystic, what's on your N scale layout? What industries do you have? I can't. I gotta rewatch your videos because I can't remember exactly what all you have on your N scale layout. Because we gotta figure out an industry for you that's gonna serve the to serve Iceyville. So, because we got BCF parts is gonna be some sort of mechanical parts. The plumber is gonna have some dragons. Not dragons, dinosaurs. Mom and son rail fans will have dragons. We'll probably ship her dragon eggs. But that's kind of the level of roleplay we're going to get with. And really, Cars and Waybills gives me that roleplay detail that I want. Especially since this is such a small railroad. We can do Mystic Powder. Oh, building a refinery, so we can get oil from you. Or whatever. It's like, it doesn't have to be exactly from your layout. We can pretend that we're giving you something. The Mystic Powder sounds interesting. Maybe we need the Mystic Powder for the oil refinery. I know it's not like prototypical or anything, but it could be that special blend for your refinery that we crush up here and call it Mystic Powder for you. It could be interesting. Oh, powder will be the byproduct. Okay, so you're gonna ship us the powder that we can use. Oh, that actually makes sense. So the powder can be used as a special ingredient for our animals, the dinosaurs, the dragons, and so forth. Okay. That actually gives me a lot more ideas. Yeah. That could be interesting. Because that's the thing about Iceyville. Iceyville is going to take modern day products and turn them into a fantasy element. I think that's what this railway is going to be known for. It takes the reality into fantasy. That should be the motto of Iceyville. You're building 6 kits. Nice. Kit bash, kit bash, kit bash. Oh. I think one more thing I need before I can do operations is I need, at least to stream it, I'm going to need a mobile mic on me. Okay, so that's what we'll probably do. We'll take your Mystic Powder from your oil refinery. It gets shipped here, which means 2 of my facilities, the facility that houses the dragons, or that produces the dragons and produces the dinosaurs for Mom and Son rail fans and the plumber, will need that Mystic Powder. So that puts another twist to things, that they will both need that delivery. That actually works. That works for Waybill, because then it'll go from, that boxcar delivery will go from basically the plant behind me to the facility to my right. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah, cool. And the more I think about this, the more I wish I had been paying more attention to ops, because when it comes to the wave modular, actually, you know what? I don't want this view. I want this one. When it comes to the wave modular, when it comes to operations, I automatically wish I had a spur right here that ended, because that allowed me to do a little bit better switching for the industry. Obviously, I'm going to have to use this whole entire one track to switch. But again, it gives me more of a challenge, because I can say that this is a branch line of Iceyville. Obviously, they won't be side by side. It was shipped in open hoppers. Yeah, I got open hoppers. I've got an MKD open hopper. I've got small ore cars I can use. The powder, I would imagine not necessarily rainbowy, but it'll have a distinct colors to it. I don't know. I haven't gotten that much, because it's like it's a very unique powder. You know, it has very special elements and properties to it. So it's like the first thing that comes to my mind is maybe some green, some red. Yes, but and we were talking about that. Is like, you know, I can take a ore card that I have. I can take an ore, which reminds me, I gotta send you a sticker. Oh man, on the topic of stickers, I'll get to that rabbit hole in a second. What I was thinking about Split Rock is that I obviously need a team track to have a maintenance of way. So it's like I can take the rock from your facility and use it as something over here in this railway. Or whatever you choose to do, we can incorporate it over here. You want it to be purple? Okay, we can do purple for the Mystic powder. Absolutely. We can do whatever we would. See, that's a great thing. See, and this is what I present to the hobby. I'm not prototypical by any means, and this railway is going to represent that. You know, the model for the Iceyville is that, you know, we are the gateway to fantasy. We take prototypical products, auto layout products, and we turn into fantasy. So this Mystic powder is going to be turned into dragons and dinosaurs for the plumber and mom and son rail train friends. How cool does that sound? This is where my inner child kid comes out, because this just gets me more and more excited to produce these waybills and car cards. So okay, let me switch gears real quick, because I need to mention stickers. So I am on my winter is coming operation, and I'm trying to get as many stickers out as I possibly can. My first wave of stickers are out. I'm starting my second wave now. Split Rock, I'm going to contact you, because I got to get a sticker to you. I got a few others that I need to contact to do that. So I'm trying to get my stickers out as fast and best as I can. The first wave is out. Second wave is going to be sent out tomorrow. So yeah, more to come. More to come. But yeah, that's the cool thing about this. And it just gets me more and more excited to build these other modules I gotta make, because now I gotta get Kirby Interchange built, because that's where all of the stuff is going to be located, so I can bring it into Iceyville. And that way I can stage all of my ops trains at the Kirby Interchange, and then I can physically bring them onto the layout for ops. So I'm excited. And the whole experiment behind this is that I want to show that even though you have a very circular layout, you know, it's very non-conventional. It's particularly designed for rail fanning and doing trains in a circle, that you too can convert something like this into operations. You just gotta, you know, imagine a little bit how this will work and create the story behind it. And it's like, the cool thing is I can always change my industries. You know, one day I may have a pop-up oil rig next to the side. The other time I may have more buildings. It doesn't have to be the same. And that's why I love modular layouts so much. Because I don't want to be confined. I mean, there's nothing wrong with permanent layouts. But I'm not the type of person that if I get sick of something, I need to swap it out or change it up a little bit. So yeah, I am excited for the next step in this layout. Obviously, we'll still continue to do more scenery. As you guys saw, Fairy VR did that little wonderful rockscape that it showcased on the haul video. So that's going to be the next piece that we're going to try to attach to this layout. I kind of have a spot for it already. I just got to buy all the wood, and then we got to convert all that over to the modular. So yeah, operations coming to Iceyville. Coming soon to a video near you. All right. So this camera right here actually kind of showcases the local. So I know Model Railroader 50th anniversary is not prototypical. Again, we take the prototypical to fantasy. But you can see I've already kind of staged my local train here as a test experiment. So just sitting on the side, and I got my 2 box cars on this. It's supposed to be a flat of a factory. It's just kind of cut out a little bit. But it works well for what I needed to do. And you can see it better on this camera. So there's the building right there with the 2 box cars. Got a station right here. This track right here is going to be kind of my passenger station. So this allows me 2 trains instead of 1. So basically what we'll do here is that this is the main mail and goodies that needs to be shipped out of Iceyville. And our MP passenger train will come in, drop off the passengers, interchange the mail car, and then take it back to wherever we want to ship it to, or wherever they're going to go from there. I'll just keep it here because our train's coming through. So I'm hoping, like I said, the main goal behind this is that you can take a simple circle and turn it into an operational layout. And there will be challenges with it. You won't have, like for me, I don't have runarounds. I have very, very long spurs / sidings. I have no full AD track. But again, I don't necessarily need to have that because this is Iceyville. It's kind of a small town with a few industries. And we just got to work with what we got. That's the challenge. That's the puzzle behind it. And that's the one thing I love about operations, that it's role play, puzzle with model railroading. If you look at it from that perspective, you can enjoy it. But if you treat it like work, you're going to get that burnout. In my opinion. So yeah, the rest of this week, I'm just going to be dedicating getting those card carts and waybills built. So the way I'm going to do it, and I'll show you guys the method I'm going to use with the card carts. Let me go ahead and go to this video real quick. You guys know this guy, or may not know. I'll be surprised if you don't. Alright, let's go here. So I looked at a ton of videos on how people do car cards and waybills. And really the design that I'm going to go with, I just got to find, maybe in part 2 of his video. Yeah, it's in part 2 of this video. So I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Is it this one? Okay. So this is what I'm going to go with. And I will give you guys the link. So this is what I'm going to use. I'm going to be using the card system from Ron's Trains and Things. Okay. So the way Ron from Ron's Trains and Things does it, the upper portion of the car carts, he actually uses a label, and he gives the name of it. It's from like a letter label, and you take a picture of the actual car, and then you put the identification number, the AAR, the AAR identification, the numbers, and then the picture onto the car cart themselves, and then you put the weigh bill inside of it. So that's how I'm going to go with mine, and then I'll have the locomotive. I won't have a caboose with this because I think caboose is just not my thing right now with this layout because I'm already limited by space as it is. And then we'll just have a typical clip that'll clip the whole packet together with the train, and then we'll just go from there. Like I said, and the one thing I still haven't figured out what I want to do is the switch lists. I'm not sure if I want to have a switch list. Do I want to? One thing I am going to do, and something that I need to do, is the little pockets that you hold the weigh bills and car cards to it. I'm going to 3D print and 3D design my own kind of holder for these particular modules. It'll be designed to be clamped to a modular. So I'm going to actually 3D print my own. I got to start with singles because singles is the max that I can actually 3D print. And then go from there. But I'll jerry rig something. I may just put it on the modular themselves to begin with. And then we'll just go from there. So I saw the ones from Micromart, and it's like, I can 3D print something better. And I think what I may end up doing is doing like a 3-tier like container holder for these things. So that way I can do one for set outs, one for still loading and unloading, and then one for pickups. And that way I can just clamp it to the side of the modulars for operations. So that's kind of the next kind of big projects coming up for this layout. Because I got the operations bug. And it's like, I want to get more operations content on this channel because that is a big part of this hobby. And really the only place I can do it is over at my local club. The issue with ops over there is that you got all sorts of personalities. You know, we're all created differently. And, you know, you got those A-types out there that are really stringent. And those who kind of just take it too far with being 100% prototypical. And I don't want to showcase that. And so that'll lead me to editing down those videos. And these are like 4-hour videos. So, because the last operational video that I edited down, it took me about a full day to edit it. And so I decided to bring the operations to this layout instead, because I can really bring you guys into it with me. And I can do ops whenever I want. Ops over there is only 3 times a month. And one of those times I can't go because I'm working. So it just made more sense to bring ops here, you know, and pretend we have a dispatcher, signals. I do have an idea for signals for this layout. It's going to be very unconventional, very tacky, very MacGyver-ish kind of setup. But I'm going to run with it and see what happens. So that is coming up soon. I'm not going to talk to that just yet because I need to put it into practice. But I have an idea for signals. So yeah, lots of cool things coming up. Lots and lots of cool things going down. Let me check something really quick. Let me go to the studio. Let's see, what's our number? Wow. Okay, that's awesome. No. Let's see here. Boop. Boop. All right, so I do need to thank each and every one of you. Let's go to the Icey station. So we are literally 8 subscribers away from 2,000. So we'll probably hit the 2,000 mark by next stream. Thank you guys so much for it is crazy how big this family is growing at the rate that we are. I am humbled. I am thankful. Just thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Again, my ultimate goal is to make sure that when you hit that subscribe button, that bell icon, that you guys are getting your time, your value in time worth it. So I'm trying to bring a variety of things. I'm trying to do rail fanning. I'm trying to do, streams like this. Trying to do operations. Can I unsubscribe? You can do that. I'm not going to tell you what you can and cannot do. That's the great thing about freedom, is that you have freedom of choice. So I'm not going to tell you what to do. But it is crazy to think that we're already here at 2,000, and I went hardcore at this. We've been here for about a year, and we were barely approaching 500 subscribers. And the fact that now we're approaching 2,000, that's fucking mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. And again, it is you guys that made this happen. So you guys took the chance, hit that subscribe button, and now you're just spammed with railroad content. But again, I try to make it worthwhile. Thank you, Mystic. Thank you, PCF Parts. Thank you, Real Fan K. I appreciate that. But thank you guys, more importantly. It's a family. We share the world's greatest sandbox hobby. Again, I can't emphasize enough. It is a sandbox. We create things differently from sand. This is the world's greatest hobby. And the fact that we're approaching 2,000 is nuts. Absolutely nuts. My goal, to let you guys know, I was hoping to get 1,000 by the end of the year. That was my goal for 2023, was just get to 1,000. Work hard, stay consistent, be true to myself, stay humble, all that good stuff. And hell, we are at 2,000, almost 2,000 in September. You guys are amazing. It's a great community. I can't stress that enough. So, thank you guys so much. Thank you. But yeah, I'm excited for the future. There's a lot of great things coming. T-Track is underway. Ferry and I are redoing one of the rooms up here to be a building room, so that way we have all the parts and pieces to start spray painting, to start building the T-Track modules. That is, ever since we saw the NMRA T-Tracks, like, we got to get going with this. You end skillers have waited long enough for that. So we get the T-Tracks going. You guys will see more bullet trains from N scale. MKDs is slowly being built. It's just a fun time. It's a great time to be a model railroader. It is a great time. So let me know if you guys have any final questions from the NMRA. We're slowly going to wind down this stream. But it was, like I said, it was an awesome experience. If you get the opportunity, if you have an NMRA train show, it's going to be in your area, go to it. It is truly something special. Try to do the whole convention, not just the train show. Go to the layout tours. Go to the clinics. The clinics are worth it. Oh my goodness, the clinics are worth it. And then obviously the train show itself, it's magic. Absolutely magic. So as far as train shows for us coming up, in October is the new Braunfels train show, which we'll go to. We'll get some content there. Next year, Samara is going to be having their train show in February. We will miss Amherst. We will not be going to the Long Beach NMRA in California next year. But in October, we're going to try to go to Timonium. Like, we've got that bug to go and meet more people, to go to these bigger train shows, try to meet you guys. So we'll try to hit the Timonium one at the end of next year. And then 2025, probably our big train show is going to be the Wisconsin one for the NMRA, because that'll get us into the Central America, or the Central U.S. So that one seems like we want to go to it. And then probably the following year, depending on my job, we'll shoot for Amherst. So Amherst is still a couple years away for us. But with us having to fly, having to put our pets into kind of a pet hotel type situation, it makes it trickier. It makes it trickier. So some last things I forgot about in the announcement, in the kind of the Icey news. BLI has some stuff as well that they came out with. BLI has announced a special paint scheme for the U.S. Army for the SD-70 Aces. So I'm definitely pre-ordering this bad boy. And then they also announced, now this one I may not get, but here is the Lehigh Valley, the John Wilkes steam engine. Very nice. So BLI is coming out with that as well. So definitely looks good. BLI's coming out with a lot of good stuff. Lots and lots of goodies. Alright, let's see. Let's make sure I got everything. Man, going back to the 4018 visit, it was hot. It was extremely hot. It was like I said, it was like 110. We were out there for 20 minutes and already had symptoms of heat exhaustion by the end of it. The new flat car is running just fine. Oh, you know what we should do? Hang on. All right, take it easy, L5K. Here's what we'll do. We'll switch over to the cameras, the train cams, because we haven't done that yet. Let's do that, shall we? So you guys can see the train in action. All right, let's go over to here. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this, and then let me also bring up the phone cameras. And then we shall do this one. Okay. And then we'll just shorten this up a little bit. Okay. So let us... We'll do a little bit of ops. Grab my controller. get you guys on board. Okay, and then we'll get you guys over here. And let's go to the 2 cameras. All right. So that way you can see both front and back here. Come on. There we go. So now you can see that those cars in action. Cuz it's not a stream without a train ride. All right, so welcome aboard our haul from the NMRA train show. This is only a portion of it. The rest was kind of passenger cars. But in the front we have our ready to roll Atherin, the operator's choice. So it has a economy decoder with sound. And then we have our Class 1 Model Works flat car and 2 of our covered hoppers. And now you can kind of see my industries. And that's the cool thing about it is that I can add a whole bunch more industries. But for now, I'm going to keep it simple because I need to gauge the level of work that I need to do when it comes to prep work, and see how long a operation session is going to be, because that's an unknown right now. So again, we can make it as simple or as complex as we want it. Right now, I just have 2 trains, and I would imagine that'll take up 2 hours, but I don't know. It could take an hour. You know, is an hour operating session perfect for this layout, or do I want to go longer? Do I want to go shorter? That all comes from trial and error. But it is a quaint, good little, oh, hi. Hi, Mary. Neat little train. Come on. Wanna come up? Come on, Superintendent. Let's go. Alright. So you see we got some industry there. The train on the left is our local. I'm going to swap out the diesel because that diesel has momentum. The rock train there has momentum I don't like. And it has an ESU decoder in it, which I can't get rid of for some reason. Do you want the spot kitten? Oh, bless you. Alright, so as we round this corner here, you'll see kind of the modular scenery. So we got a box car there that will have some material in it. And then we have our second train, which is going to be our local that we'll use for ops. And then on the left is going to be our dinosaur facility. That'll go to the plumber. Oh yeah, and I got a whole bunch of stickers too. I totally forgot to hang up my stickers. Totally forgot. So again, imagine there'll be a straight going into Kirby Interchange. And so here is our station with the mail that's got to be swapped out. And then we got our facility to the right there. They'll take in 2 boxcars serving 2 different needs. And then on the left is going to be my local that'll bring in stuff to interchange. So again, I wanted to start off small because I've got a lot of carts to fill out and take photos of and print out. So I'm keeping it very simple for this first one, just to get a feel for it. And as you can see on the left-hand side, I had a whole bunch of new shelves over there for my passenger cars. I added like 3 to 4 more shelves. I was going to get more, but IKEA decided to double the price on the stupid shelves. I was livid when I found this out, because I had a certain budget for those stupid shelves, and they just decided to double. Surprise. So it's going to take me a lot longer to get the shelves I really need. But yeah, as you can see, BCF parts, that flat car is running just fine. It's a little tight on my 22-inch turn. Like, it does seize the wheels a little bit, but it's not enough to derail it. So I'm actually quite impressed. Quite impressed with the flat car. So long as it's not warped. Yeah, I know software's update. Yeah. I gotta check out that track. I forgot why it's jerking it like that. That's another cool thing about modular design. So one thing I learned is that my modulars that are 12 inches wide is actually classified as Minimo. Minimo Freemo is what I have. Because I was talking to some of the guys from the Omaha, I think, or Oklahoma, I can't remember. But they actually have some 12-inch wide modulars, and they called it Minimo. So now this is a Minimo Freemo layout. Hey, Boxcar the Husky, how you doing? Just chilling. We kind of talked about all of the NMRA trips. Doing a question and answer. If you guys have any final questions regarding it, feel free to ask. But we're going to start closing that chapter of the channel. Again, it was such a great experience getting scanned at mini prints. So you guys will have a Rayron minifigure on your layout, HO scale. That will be hopefully revealed on the mini prints channel on YouTube with his live stream on Wednesday. Talked about how we finally got to see our first big boy on the channel, 4018, which is special because we have 4018 in HO scale. Talked about operations, how we're going to try to do some operations on this layout. But right now we are pulling 3 cars that I got from the NMRA train show. We got the Class 1 Model Works depressed flat car, and the Scale Trains Special 2023 Train Show NMRA cars. Boxcar, what type of, for your S layout, do you have any industries? Because one thing I'm doing with operations is that I'm going to incorporate other people's layouts as the role-playing aspect for this operations. It's an idea that I took from Heath, Humanity Junction, because he was doing this as well, and I thought it was a great idea. And so what the Iceyville, this whole layout's going to be called Iceyville. And the whole model behind it is that we take products from prototypical layouts or prototypical material, and Iceyville turns them into fantasy products. So for example, Mystic is going to give us Mystic powder that is needed to create dinosaurs and dragons. Now those dinosaurs are going to be exported to the plumber, and I'll have dragons that'll be exported to, or dragon eggs that'll be exported to Mom and Son Railfan. We've got BCF parts that'll give us mechanical parts. We'll be getting maintenance of way rocks from Split Rock. So you'll have a grain elevator. Okay. So we need that grain to grow our dragons. Well, not dragons, dinosaurs, because we'll be shipping out live dinosaurs. So we can do that. And then the Mystic powder, if I remember correctly, will be purple. Alright, app. Calm down. We'll update it. Oh, welcome back to Plumber. Welcome back. And like I said, I kind of know how the figure is going to look for HO scale. It looks badass. It looks awesome. I was able to get kind of a preview of it when I got scanned. And you guys will be able to see it over on Mini Print. So go subscribe to his channel. Click on the notification for his live stream for next Wednesday. Again, I don't want to... Again, let me also caveat it. I know he was still working on it. I think he's going to try to have it done by next Wednesday. Lots of Steam infrastructure too. Okay. So we can ship something to you for that. I'll think about it. Yeah, let me chew on it. So you got the grain, which is good. I can import grain. Steam, let me think. Because I won't do coal though. Because what I should be exporting is fantasy products. Because I'm shipping out dinosaurs, dragons. That's like my two big ones right now. Do 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 do. Nice, Plumber. Your mind scene. Yeah, I'll be shipping you some dinosaurs, the Plumber. Because we're getting Mystic powder from Mystic, and we're gonna take that powder, convert it into dinosaurs and dragons. So we'll be shipping you. True, we could do rubies. But something that I was thinking was that, Iceyville, we take prototypical products and convert them into fantasy products, is what I'm thinking of as far as the. Because, I'm not prototypical, I'm a fantasy type of railway. So you'll see as we come around here. There'll be a building on the left-hand side. You'll see kind of the big shipping container. In my mind, we're crating you up a dinosaur to ship out to you. So on the way bill, it'll say like constituent will be you, because you need to receive this dinosaur. Because you got your Jurassic Park layout. So right there. So that crate has a giant dinosaur in it. And you can see kind of the dinosaur right next to it. Oh, drug related. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm going to keep it PG-13-ish. But that's the great thing about the hobby. You can do whatever you want. But yeah, that's the great thing about waybills is that I can get stupidly detailed, and that details where I can bring you guys into the railway. Yeah. So the building on the left that we're about to pass here, that's gonna be a factory where we produce dragon eggs, and those dragon eggs would be shipped out to Mom and Son Railfan. So on the way bill, it'll say dinosaur eggs, and that plant will need. That's the thing I need to remember. The powder is going to be in covered hoppers. I gotta make sure. Oh, you know what? Ooh, wait a minute. I need to do something right now. My local train needs to have a covered hopper right now. So let me get a covered hopper, or not covered hopper, a hopper for it. I gotta do that right now before I forget. Alright, so I'll have to switch out the couplers on this one, so that gives me something to do. I was going to have a boxcar going into it, but I actually need to have a hopper. True, yeah, we can do rubies. I'll think about it. The other thing I was thinking about too that kind of popped into my mind. Oh no. Oh no, poor Thomas. Is that how Thomas became a spider? I don't know if you've seen those memes. So yeah, my local train on the right, I put a hopper there for the Mystic Powder. It's going to be an MKD car. But I got to put KD couplers on it. I got to put metal wheels on it. So I'll make a video on refurbishing that car. But yeah, I kind of have it in staging right now. Yeah. Nice. And then we gotta do something for Heath. Oh, Heath was going to get my ice. So one of the things I need to purchase is an ice packing plant. So ice will be shipped out from my railway. So that's something that's gonna be prototypical, but that ice is gonna go to his facility that he needs. Because I remember on one of his streams we talked about that I was going to import him dry ice. So we need reefers as well, which I do have, to get that dry ice to him. Nah, fair enough. So Heath is getting my ice. Plumber's getting my dinosaurs. Mom's friend's getting the dragons. We're getting grain for now from Boxcar. Or quote-unquote grains. I'll just leave it at that. It's the special grainy material to feed our mythical creatures. Something I was thinking about though, with the dinosaurs, I should actually probably have it as a cattle car and put dinosaur figures in that cattle car. I'm thinking that's the way I should do it, because I've got plenty of cattle cars and put dinosaurs in them. I think that's gonna happen. I think that's gonna happen. Hemp fibers. Ooh, I like that too. Mother tree seedlings. Mmm. Light saber manufacturing facility. Yeah. Yeah. And that's where we will get the parts from BCF that makes the lightsabers. Not a bad idea. They ship out lightsabers. Not a bad idea. And that's why I need to build some flats that Steve Childers gave me, and then we'll think about something to ship out to Steve. Yeah, I'm excited for this project. Like, it brings a whole new element to this railway. It gives it. I've got the operation bug, and I've had it for a while now. I just wasn't sure how I was going to incorporate it. So your layout has a copper mine. I need to double check what Split Rock has, what type of ore he has. Because another thing we could do, it's not realistic though, because this is more of an end point, not necessarily a through point. I'll think about it. I can't remember if Split Rock was iron ore or copper ore as well. I can't remember. I would bet. And see, that's where we get even more complicated, is that we can use copper. We can also use Mystic's powder as well for lightsabers. Like, this Mystic powder is becoming the MacGuffin of everything that I need to turn things from reality to fantasy. It's kind of funny, actually. So that hopper is going to be used for a lot of my industries, which could be cool, because then in the waybill system, that'll be that one hopper. If it goes to 4 facilities, then it'll go all over the place, which I'm liking more, because then that gives me an opportunity to show the different industries on the layout with one car. Flubber Distribution Center. Yes. Yes. That is great. And see, that's why I love this concept. That's why I love this. Because I'm not limited to prototypical stuff. If I bring in that fantasy element, the sky's the limit. Google is struggling a little bit. Let's take it to all the cameras here. Come on, get steady. No, it's still choppy. We'll go to, let's go to this view. Let's get rid of the phone camera. Absolutely. The world's greatest sandbox hobby. Simple as that. Simple as that. Nah. That's great. Yep. Flux Capacitor Research Center, yep. And that's the great thing about the hobby is that if you learn how to scratch build and kit bash, you can do it. You can create anything. A little bit of styrene, a little bit of wood, measurements, tape. Make yourself a custom building. See, and that's why I went with the waybill system. We're just chatting about this industry. We're growing this idea that Iceyville has industries that convert normal day prototypical products into fantasy items. So I have an industry that converts mystic powder to dragon eggs, and also converts to dinosaurs and grows dinosaurs. Okay, so Sora Rush, you do 3D printing. Okay. So we're going to need resin, which means that gets me into tank cars. That gives me an excuse to use some tank cars, and I got plenty. I just now got started into 3D printing as well. Matter of fact, I'll show you here. This is my 3D printed just cars. So I got 3D printed trucks, slapped some 36-inch metal wheels, KD couplers, and I basically have 5 of these. So yep, 3D printing is the way forward for me as well, especially when it comes to scratch building stuff. Yep, absolutely. Thank you, plumber. Yeah, so what was interesting about these cars is that the original designs I got on it, the trucks were too close together when I mounted it, so they wouldn't turn. And so I had to extend the x-axis a little bit. And then on the z-axis, I had to shorten it a little bit. Sorry, it's not resin printing, it's filaments. Yeah, I use a filament 3D printer for now. Once I get more knowledgeable on 3D printing, I will go into resin. Because resin, you can do a lot more detail. Especially what I plan on doing in the future, because what I want to do is I want to take, let's say, let me grab something. So for example, what I want to do is I want to take objects in the real world and then eventually probably shrink them down to HO scale, or take something that's already HO scale and make duplicates of it so I can get more of it. Now, obviously, I'm not going to make a business or anything out of it. This is going to be for my personal use. But something that I want to do first and foremost is that I want to basically scan this, put it on a turntable, scan this item, and make more NASCARs, put decals and everything on it, because it's really hard to find proper 187 scale NASCARs. So I would like to have a NASCAR train, like on auto racks and so forth. And so I found the equipment. It's a little expensive, but I found the equipment that you can scan items into CAD. And then you obviously got to know how to do CAD work to get it into a 3D print. So that's something that I want to do. Or let's say if I have, I don't know. Let's say I want to take a HO or a much bigger scale of something, like a 132 plane or another car or something, then I can scan that and then downsize it into HO scale. Yeah, there you go. I cannot begin to tell you how that is. Yep, they are expensive. Yep. And it's like I was able to print a Batman mobile or Batman car. It wasn't the greatest, but I know if I use a resin 3D printer, I can get that car with all the details in a much smaller scale. Now, the one thing I will not touch when I do 3D printing is obviously figures. Um, I made a personal rule for me that I am not going to 3D print any figures because I'm going to give all my business to mini prints. But everything else, I'm going to scan, print, downside, so forth. Now, like I said, another thing I won't do is I will not. I'm not gonna make it a business. I do not want. I love YouTube too much. That's where I want to take it. So 100%, this is gonna be personal use only. And maybe giveaways. That's the other thing I'm looking at because giveaways, you don't. It doesn't violate the use of the agreements for these things because you're not getting any financial benefits from it if you do a giveaway. So 3D printing is going to allow me to give away a lot more stuff in the future. And that's kind of the bonus of doing it. So okay, let's see if the cameras is cooperating now. Oh no. Alright. That's actually a true point. That's something I gotta read. Yeah. Well, no, it would be open. It'll be open to everyone. BCA parts. I think that's where the legality is that if you do it just purely to subscribers, then yeah, it can get you in trouble. But giveaways will be open to anyone, subscribers and non-subscribers. It'll be open to everyone. So, and that's why I'll make it perfectly clear that this giveaway is available to anyone. Anyone by definition, subscribers, non-subscribers, members, whatever. The ugly business side of things, unfortunately. Yep, the Acela. Model train parts. Let's see. See, that's a great thing. Yeah, you can do different shells. Absolutely. Hang on. I kind of want to move these comments up here. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you would have to do all the disclaimer bits for giveaways. That's why giveaways are so tricky. Because it gets into the business side of things and it's ugly. It is ugly. Or, I mean, the other thing I could do too is like, hey, I'm doing a giveaway. Go to my website. And then look at all the information there to how to enter and all that. You can always direct them to a third party. But again, that's all the terms of service stuff for YouTube that I got to catch up on and reread and all that jazz. So yeah, plumber. It is a, it's a building it's a full building that's been cut diagonally across. It's supposed to be a flat building. And what's funny is that I actually bought it that way. There was a big sale at my old club in California, and they got this huge, massive donations. Yeah, it's about 2 rooms deep, 3, 4. Let's see. Yeah, 3 stories tall building. And it's got 4 loading platforms for boxcars. If I really wanted to push it. But I intend to take the concept of flats to a whole new level with modulars. So I've got some ideas that I'm going to be doing. It's going to get to the point that the whole outside of the layout is going to have flats, it's going to have scenery, it's going to have mountain work. To give you guys the concept that you can have a mini-mo layout like this and still try to scenic it to the best of the abilities and do ops on it as well. But I love flats. Definitely love the concept of it. It gives me much more space to work with. It still gives me texture and depth with the scenery and the layout. So as I create my waybills, I'll probably look at the chat again on replay, and I'll try to capture all these industries. And probably in 2 weeks we'll probably have a test run. Exactly, Boxcar. Exactly. That is the whole concept behind it. You basically have these little squares that you attach to the side of these modulars, and you can interchange the scenery, interchange the industries, and I'll do that. Like once I get more, because I get more wood, and the cost of wood is where I'm kind of stuck at right now. But I don't have to keep the same industries. I can interchange them at will. And you'll see it coming up on the left here. Now that's version 1.0. I gotta do version 2.0, which allows me to get overhead lights so I can light up the modulars a little bit better. Yep, one modular at a time. Exactly. Exactly. True, you could. Absolutely. Yeah, so one of those pieces, and we talk about like the trees and so forth. Let me go back to one of my videos. So it was on the haul video. So the next kind of scenery piece that we're gonna do is gonna be using this. So what was cool about the train show is that Woodland Scenics was there, and it was definitely Fairy VR's favorite booth, because they gave on-the-spot clinics to do scenery. And so basically what they did is they provided, they had the mold, and that's it. You had to paint it, you had to put the textures on, you had to put the trees down wherever you wanted to. And so Fairy VR with the clinic and the mentor there from Luxenix made this, which was amazing. Oh, for the T-Track, I think they go by millimeters, so I can't remember exactly how many millimeters the T-Track modulars are. So Fairy VR created this piece, and so the next kind of modular piece that we put up is going to incorporate this piece. We're just going to expand upon it. We'll put strips of cardboard on basically the 90-degree angle for the shelf modular, essentially the way you call a boxcar. And then we'll expand upon the scenery piece. We'll get her all of the other scenery that she needs, and then we'll make it into a mountainside. So Fairy VR has that, she has that niche for scenery. So, but yeah, that one's episode 4, the final haul video, that you can see the rest of that. So I think that's under NRAil. I think NRAil owns T-Track. Oh, hello. Was this from the... Oh, guys. NRAil did something pretty cool. Where is it? Where's my scene? So on the NRAil website, here is the layout to the massive layout. So here's the, I mean, geez. So T-Track was connected to the N-Track layout B, which was then connected to N-Track layout C. So I had missed this whole inner part and this inner part in my video. So I do apologize. I missed those two parts. But then this T-Track E was then connected to this helix, which then was connected to Fremont layout, which was basically this entire thing right here. So all of this was N scale. I think it's the biggest N scale layout I've ever seen, and I think they said they may have set a record for NRAil. And it was the first time they've connected T-Track with N-Track with Fremont. See, Boxcar, that's something you should do. You should create since it's not really out there for S-Scale yet, create something that's modular, or get inspired from the T-Track design, or use the T-Track modulars to create an S-Scale formats. That's how most of the stuff gets popular, is that someone creates a method, a system, someone else recognizes that system and accepts that system, and then next thing you know, you have a standard thing. So this was the operational layout that I missed. It was all N-scale operational. Yeah. Just do it. Create something. You know, just create a modular standard for S-scale, because I don't think there's anything out there right now. Most of S-scale is usually put on a foldable table. Now, if you want to add scenery and so forth, experiment. Create a system. That's how all good ideas happen. I mean, it's... Alright, T-Track. So T-Track standards. So, I'll go ahead and copy this and post this into here. Alright, so there are your T-Track standards. Give it time, plumber. S-scale is growing in popularity. And that is so important when we get new people into the hobby, because we can then filter them into whatever scale they want to. You know, scale trains is slowly getting in there. I think the other manufacturers are starting to take notice that S scale is becoming popular. So again, everything is in millimeters, but so yeah, you got the one. This is a great thing about T-Track. There's different varieties in T-Track. You got the small, you got these one dimensions, you got the one-piece horseshoes. Sweet. And then let me give you one more thing. Just me. Midwest. Let's see. May not be in here. Crap. Ah, crap, I can't find it. Alright. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, T-Track, there we go. Okay, so if you want, this is where I get some of my modulars, because it's available. So, Midwest Model Railroad has kits that you can build T-Tracks from. But they don't bring like the track or anything. You gotta put the track on, wire it yourself. But this is what we're going through. It's quite simple, really. And if you think about it, to get a full circle in T-Track using these kits, about 150 in total after shipping and everything. That's actually not bad to get a circle. Because then you can scenery them and do whatever. And then once you have the wiring, take it to a show. And then you have a much bigger layout. Or just buy one, find a T-Track club, put it with the others. For 28 bucks, you get a T-Track modular. I'm telling you, it's a good time to be an N-scaler. True, yeah. I don't have time to make my own, so I just buy a kit and go for it. But yeah, you can make it your own. Nice. A bridge mod. Oh yeah. In T-Track. Yeah, T-Track single bridge modular N scale kit. It's out of stock though. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Subterranean looks like it. Oh yeah, that's true. And I forgot one of Scenics gives you a kit as well. A little more on the expensive side. But I can't remember if it gives you like all the details that you need to. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it gives you everything that you need. Cool. Absolutely, Plumber. And I didn't know that until I went to the new Braunfels train show and I saw kind of what the wiring scheme was. It is very, very appealing. And something I'm thinking about doing, when you think about the whole DCC, because originally I was thinking about NCE for N scale, But what's even more appealing to me is actually DCC EX or DCC plus plus EX, because that gets me into DCC for almost 50 bucks. And being able to do that just for the outer loop with DCC plus plus EX and control the out loop from a phone for 50 bucks with engine driver, it sounds too good to be true. So I'm actually leaning in that direction just to learn it. Because you need the base modular, you need the motor modular, you need the Wi-Fi modular to make it work. And then, yeah, because then everything else, you just need a phone to configure everything, if I remember correctly. So it's growing. That idea is definitely growing on me. And the fact that you're doing it, I can ask you questions if I run into any issues, or vice versa. Because that way I don't have to go crazy with the DCC system. And that gets me access to a lot of things in N scale that are DCC. Yeah, I gotta look at the configuration again, because I can't remember if you need a Raspberry or a Raspberry Pi. I don't know. You don't use Raspberry Pi. Yeah, I think it's just through the wireless LAN that it sends. That's the part I can't remember. I can't remember how the computer interface is. Oh no, it has it has a USB connection. The controller has a USB connection that goes in the computer. Yeah. What's your DCC system? So Rush. Boxcar, I kind of beg to differ. Look at the Blue Nami chips. If the Blue Nami chips can bring DCC to G scale, look into the Blue Nami decoders. I don't know what voltage. Voltage may be an issue. And I know the Blue Namis are also used in Lego scale. So I would look into that. Because then the Blue Namis, you just need your phone to control it and to program it. True, they put the NMRA straight into the Raspberry Pis, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, double pull. That is the definitely standard type to switch back and forth. I don't do it because there's something called the human element, and I am the human element, and I will fry decoders if I do that. So you do dead rail. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, that would not work. Again, I would offer up looking into the Blue Nami decoders, because that could work. But you got to make sure that the voltage stays constant, otherwise you may have issues, I don't know. Oh, you do voice to text? Gotcha. Yeah, and that's I agree with that, Boxcar. S-Scale, whoever commits to S-Scale will monopolize that market. Like, there are some manufacturers that they're risk adverse right now, which I don't blame on the economy the way it is and so forth. But I think the first manufacturer that says, okay, let's take this big risk into S-Scale, we'll bring our DCC stuff, we'll bring our decoders, we'll bring track, snap track, whatever, Whoever gets in there, there could be money up. So. Okay, HO decoders. So yeah, Blunamis. Look into Blunamis. That could be interesting. Then yeah. See, still me. I would forget to do one thing and then fry everything. I just keep it separate. That's just me. I'm the human elements. I will fry decoders. And I don't want to fry my $130 Blunami decoders when I get them. Absolutely not. I think so, Boxcar. Give them some time. I don't know if they'll be like hardcore into like the parts, like track and so forth. Oh, Blue Rail. Yep. Like I said that technology is in its infancy, but I've always said like the future of HO scale. If HO scale wants a leg up over N scale, here's what HO needs to do. Well, the manufacturers need to do, or need is too much of a strong word. Here's what I suggest they could do. Invest in dead rail technology, either through like put a solar panel or solar technology into like a tender that charges up a battery. I know batteries are hard to come by nowadays because of lithium and all that crap, but commercialize the battery so it can be dead rail. Allow HO scalers to 3D print track, resin track, and then with the Blunami chip, with the batteries, with the 3D printed rail, take HO outside. And that's the future, I think, for HO. We can make HO garden scale with those three things. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I want to get smart with repair work and swapping out decoders and motherboards. In the event, again, knock on wood, in the event one of my decoders do fry, because I'm at the club or something, I can replace them. So charges through the track. Okay. And see, that's why I say I wish for HO, because Garden Scale does it. They don't do power through the track. I need to double check that. But if we can get the technology down to where we can solar panel, I mean, it can be a very small one. Put it like on a tender or on top of a diesel or maybe on a separate car. That you use the power from the sun to charge up the batteries and keeps it fully charged. And then the rails, if you 3D print the rails, I don't think resin or the other plastic rusts per se. I have to, but it can heat up to melt. That would be the one downside if it gets really, really hot. G scale is through the tracks? Okay, fair enough. I thought they were battery powered. I'm so naive when it comes to G scale on how they're able to take it outside. Okay. But if HO wants to go to the next level, yeah. And that's what I thought too. And I've seen G-Scales use just batteries, and then they use either Blunamis or they use some sort of wireless technology decoder to control it, or at the radio frequency. I think is another one that I've seen used for G-Scale. But for HO, that's where I can see the hobby going, is once the technology catches up, that we can take it outside. And I know there's some garden HO scales, but you're playing with fire, I think, with that. Well, I mean, we learn something new every day. So apparently they use both. Gauge 1, yep, that's some expensive stuff. My dreams, I would love to have a 7 1/4 layout. And bring it to Texas, really, because Texas really doesn't have a 7 1/4 layout, especially in San Antonio. So I would love to have the first 7 1/4 layout in San Antonio, but those are like stupid money pipe dreams. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you guys look, I'll show you. When I was in California, one of our members actually owned a 7 1/4 train. I never got this on recording, but I got the opportunity to drive one. But I did ride them. It was at the Bitter Creek Western. Hang on. Let me see if I can find that video. Oh yeah, that's when I got introduced into stupid money. It was crazy. So I'll give you guys this, so you guys, since we're on this topic. So one of my good friends at Slomra gave me the opportunity to ride and drive this. So this was his CSX switcher. So this was the railway, and this is one guy's private. This was a private railway, but he allowed, you know, members who are into it to rent space. This was a train that I drove and rode. A very beautiful CSX switcher. You know, here's me being a 2-year-old. And this is me without a GoPro. This is me with a shaky cam. Oh man, this was so much fun. Like, I could do this for hours. It was so much fun. And then we got narrow gauge that was here as well. And they're expanding this. So the neighbor next to this property is also into 7 1/4. So they're taking both of their backyards and connecting them into one massive railway. So you can see right here on the right hand side, this is going to go to the right and have a diamond crossing into the next neighbor's yard. So Bitter Creek and Western is going to expand a whole nother property. It's not as big as Train Mountain, obviously, but it's still impressive. So there's a little trolley over there. There's another steamer. I think that was narrow gauge, Denver, Rio Grande. You can see in the back there. Oh, I miss this. I really do miss this a lot. But yeah, you can see that whole video on the link. Man, I was so naive with recording back then. 1 year ago, wow, 559 views. Damn, nice. Very nice. So yeah, I know a little bit about 7 1/4. It was fun. Good memories. And yeah, lots of good memories. Get you guys on all the cameras here. That's true, Boxcar. And I think I've seen the live Steam group do that too. Oh, who was it? I think it was Tom's Trains and Things in his latest train show videos. I think he had a guy who did just that. He used his massive controller to control the whole thing via Steam. And what's interesting is that there's actually a live steamers club here in San Antonio as part of the Texas Transportation Museum, but I haven't seen them run. But the layout's there. Speaking of which, I have to make that video. I got distracted with the NMRA. But yeah, in my in San Antonio, there's a Texas Transportation Museum. They have a T-Track club there. It's called S-Track, I think I remember. San Antonio T-Track. They have G-Scale. They have Live Steam. But I don't know, Sir Rush. That type of stuff is beyond me. Learn all sorts of new things. This is pretty cool. You guys here have a wide variety of scales, which is nice. N scale, HO, S, gauge 1, nice. G. That's pretty legit. See, when it comes to that level of knowledge, that's what I don't have. Can't pick just one, yeah. Well, that's the thing about the hobby. You can just pick whatever you want. If I would ever to do G-Scale, I would 100% have a logging layout. That's where I will heavily invest into shays, climaxes, and Heislers. That's the only thing I would do in G-Scale. Because in that scale, those geared locomotives truly shine. And you can take it nice and slow. You don't have to worry about going fast like an HO scale shay. And I think those geared logging narrow gauge locomotives truly shine in G-Scale. But there's one YouTuber, you guys have probably heard of them. Toyman Television, I believe that's what they go by. Let me just make sure. I think I got that right. Again, I am terrible with. Yeah, Toyman Television. I love that channel because not only they do a lot of train shows, they do a lot of train shows that I grew up with. So they're in Utah, southern part of Utah. I grew up in the northern part of Utah. So all the train shows that they go to is basically the train shows that I grew up with. So they go to Edmondson, which I've been to a couple times. I've been to the Ogden Station train show a couple times. Caboose Man 101 is another channel that I watch because he's part of that N-Scale Wasatch group. That modular group I've seen since I've been growing up. So the fact that he's part of that also brings me to home. So those two channels have a special place in my heart because that's where my hobby started, is seeing those train shows and how I just loved it. Thanksgiving Point train show. So yeah, and then yeah, Toyman Television is doing their garden railway in their backyard, and oh, it's so nice. It's really really nice how that's coming out. Matter of fact, here I'll do this as well. So there's Toyman Television. And then, where's the other one? Crap, I can't find no one. You can't stop about all these crazy industry names. Nice, yep. I'm telling you, once you get that bug, it is a dangerous game. Sorry, it's Caboose 121, not Caboose Man. I don't know why I was thinking Caboose Man. It's Caboose 121. Did he change his name? I thought he was Caboose Man 121. Yeah. Anywho. Let me get you guys. So yeah, between these two channels, they have a special place in my heart. Because they go to the train shows that I grew up with. And then I really appreciate Caboose 121 because he has some of the front runner rail fanning videos. And I rode that train religiously. So again, it's got another special place. Yeah, good stuff. And that's the thing, this hobby is so big, no one channel can cover it all. Between rail fanning, model railroading, all the scales, operations, freelance, fun runs, scenery, kit bashing, electrical, bench work. Like it's huge. It's absolutely huge. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. And not only that, but just the different locations. You got rail fanning, but then you got subcategory of locations of rail fanning. So you got people who rail fan on the East Coast, West Coast. We've got Artie who rail fans in freaking Australia. And then I need to find more European YouTubers. That's one thing I haven't really searched out yet. And even with I do have some YouTubers in Japan that I follow. Solo Traveler is one that I follow like religiously because he does a lot of bullet train type of content. Solo Traveler. So this is a fun one. So this guy, he does a lot of traveling in Japan, and he rides a lot of the Japanese railway system. So I've been watching him religiously on it. He does some other stuff too, like boats and buses and so forth. But I love it. Markland of Sweden. Okay. Markland of Sweden. I wonder if I'm already subscribed to him. Oh, I'm already subscribed to him. I'm guilty and just haven't watched. Yeah. I'm subscribed to him. I just need to I need to watch more of it. So there's that channel. I think I was searching how to make water or waterfall scenery, and I found his how-to on waterfalls. Is how I found him. Yeah. And that's the one thing I haven't really touched on his channel is scenery. So Queen and I have made a huge initiative to try to stop being lazy and get after the scenery portion of the hobby. Because you see, she's got the talent. So we're kind of rearranging rooms, rearranging tables, trying to figure out what works for us. Yeah. Oh, Fairy VR is all about water. She's all about it. She wants to learn how to make it. We've done it a few times. Let me go into here real quick. I'm hoping I can get to it. No, this is not gonna work. I know I can sign in. Hang on. Give me a hot minute, guys. I need to think about this. Stationary inspired. Nice! And that's the thing, if you get inspired, that's really what it's about, too. Oh, I can do it. No, I can't. Let me check. I'm trying to figure something out. Can I get to Instagram from here? Yes, I can. We're gonna do this the getaway. So I want to show you guys a piece that we did. There was a layout in Great Falls, Montana that we did a water scene that Fairy and I did. But it's on my Instagram page. I don't use Instagram much. I'm still trying to figure out how to use it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Yeah, and that uses a QR code. Never mind. I will have to show it another day. But we've done, long story short, we've done water sceneries before, but we're so out of practice now. Invisible fire extinguisher. Oh no. So, if you guys like model railroading, do not follow my Twitter account. Twitter is where I let my mind run free, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I tend not to advertise my Twitter on this channel in particular because I do a lot of pop culture stuff on Twitter. So yeah, I'm not gonna go too much into that. Discord, I've tried a couple times. It just doesn't work for me. Facebook is growing. I'm starting to like Facebook more and more. Yeah, Twitter's a cesspool. I should say X, because it's now X. Let's see. We got 10 more minutes to 4 hours. I think we'll push towards that 4-hour mark and then we'll call it a stream, guys. But man, it's been fun. It's good to be back. It's good to be back to the grind. I'm having a lot of fun with this hobby. Going to the NMRA convention, I can't stress enough. That was fun. Expensive, I will admit, and that's just because of the location. Um, Ken N, another regular member here on the channel, gave. Let me go ahead and bring up that comment because it was actually a really good comment that I should highlight real quick. So I do want to talk about this just for a second. Let's see, that was on this one. Yeah, so Kenan said to it perfectly that when it comes to these NMRA conventions, the NMRA just decides where they want to be, and then, to my understanding, that regional NMRA that's in that zone then takes charge of the actual convention train show themselves. And so it's a different region that's doing the Long Beach, that's doing the one in Wisconsin, if I remember correctly. And so, you know, the LSR region, Lone Star region, decided to do it at the Gaylord. And it's like most of our criticisms, I think, are going to be a little bit different at those other two locations. So your experience may be different than mine. But yeah, it was really fun. It was crammed. We had a lot of things going on. Got to meet so many people in the hobby. YouTubers. Met some fans. It was a good experience and just learned a lot. Got scanned. Yeah, I'm happy. Let's get you guys back on the train for these final minutes here. So that's a good question, So Rush. So a couple things. There's a lot of little things happening. What I need to do for this layout is I need to finish, as far as the electrical work, I want to get block detection going for this layout. I've got an old school BDN4 that I need to jerry rig to get me the block detection that I need. I know I can do it. I've just been lazy about it. I really need to get the wiring squared away with the brains of the layout. So that's something that I really want to focus on. Cosmetically, getting those other scenery pieces up around the layout. And then operations. We've got the card carts, we got the waybills. And then getting all these industries up and going. Basically, you guys helped me brainstorm how these industries are going to work. Came up with some great ideas. Now I need to capture that. And we'll get it. That'll probably be my next update for the layout video. And then we'll stream it next time. So, yeah, next Friday we will not be streaming. We'll be at the Summer General Meeting. General Memberships Meeting. And then the week after, we'll probably do a test run of ops. And then once we're done with our operations, we'll switch it into fun run, rail fanning mode. And that's assuming I get all the parts that I need. I get all the way bills set up. Fibers to a paper mill. So I don't have. I could. I would just need a building to represent the paper mill. I got the box cars, I think, to handle the fibers. Assuming that we are boxing these fibers up. Yeah, sorry for the jitteriness of this. I don't know why it's acting up all of a sudden. But yeah, cars and waybills. That's what's gonna be my big tasker, because I gotta take a picture of all these cars that I'm gonna do. Yep, Magic Book Factory. That. Yep. 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 Dragon droppings, compost. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, so Rush, take it easy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yep, we're gonna be on the final lap here. And then we'll go ahead and bring it on to the sighting for you guys to see. Yeah, that book factory. But again, the whole intent is to bring your layout here, give your layout some meaning as well. So again, if you're gonna have ideas for your layout, let me know, and let's connect these layouts in a very mythical way. Because after all, this channel is the Mythical Railroad, so it's bringing the namesake of this channel together and alive. So that's pretty cool that that part of it is actually coming true. The Mythical Railroad, where we take your prototypical objects and transform them into fantasy. Alright, so we're going to tell the engineer to approach a yellow signal. We'll have it slow down just a tad here. Let's go ahead and bring up all the cameras. I'm going to bring up this camera. And we're going to bring up the 180 camera. Yep, take it easy, plumber. Not the phone one. I need the 180. So we'll bring the 180. Actually, let's bring that one up too. And we'll bring up this one. This could be a good view here. Now that I think about it. Alright, we're going to go ahead and switch number 2 from my controller. I'm going to throw it. You'll see the green light on the bottom there go from green to red, indicating that we are going to go on the siding to park. And as the train approaches, put the bell on. And then we'll switch on to that siding. And you'll get some different viewpoints here. Again, we'll take it slow since we're going to go on the siding. Alright, we'll let the dispatcher know, or it'll be a yard master. Or no, it'll just be the conductor. Whatever. Tell the conductor to run and switch it for us. And we will go ahead and tell the engineer to shut her down. Alright. Alright guys, I'm gonna double check something really quick. Let me, subscriptions. Let's see, is anyone else on by any chance that we could go raid? No, I don't see anyone else on, looks like. That's fine. Okay, well, I don't think I have anything else. So, again, thank you guys so much. We are approaching 2,000 subscribers. Unreal. So we'll probably hit that maybe this by next stream for sure. But with the guys, thank you so much for watching this epic 4 hours epilogue of the NMRA 2023 train show. This concludes the series, concludes kind of the content with it. I had a lot of fun meeting awesome, great people, great stories, a lot of lessons learned, a lot of great layouts. Again, you can see all those episodes on the channel. Episode 1 is basically us traveling to Gaylord, and we talk about the Gaylord Resort. Episode 2 is all the vendors. Episode 3 is all the layouts. Episode 4 is the haul, and episode 5 is our recap lessons learned, and then the epilogue was the Q&A. So with that, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you on the next stream.